Okay. So I'm in ECC right now, and we want to deploy logistics, some extractors and logistics. Okay, we treated that last week, so you guys are very familiar with the steps, how to activate logistics, how to set up the table and all that. So can anybody walk me through, let's say you got into a company and they asked you to load sales data to them. Can somebody walk me through the process in getting that data ready for extraction into BW? Anybody, before I start calling names out? What would be the first, the first step to do? What would you do first? Assuming this is a fresh implementation, nobody's worked on sales before, it is just you.
So T code we use SBIW.
SBIW?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you tell me a T code, explain what it is. Okay, so we went to SBIW to do what?
Actually, this is basically you go to the all application component where our application resides, and then you can go and then.
So it's SBIW
select
the T code to go there. Let me go to SBIW and tell me what you see.
Yeah.
Is it here?
Yes. So here you can go under business content data sources or setting for application specific data sources, and then go under logistics. So here you can manage any extractions, you can do any configuration or any changes you want to do in here.
Okay, so I want to do SD, so what do I do? I have a data source in mind. Okay, let me pull this up. So I want to load this data source. So you went on the job, your manager asked you to load sales data, and I am so kind enough to you. I told you what extractor, will have that data, the sales data. So I gave you the extractor name, and I just told you to just go get the data into BW. So, okay, so I need you guys to walk me through this.
Okay, if you know already, so we check in the RSA5. We can
Thank you. That was what I needed to hear, Ken. Okay, so first of all, do what?
RSA5.
Why do we do what do we do there?
Actually, RSA5 basically you have all business data sources, business content data sources. Okay, if you need to activate any data source, then you can go here. Or before activating, what you can also do, you can go to RSA6. If the data source already activated, so you don't need to do anything here.
Okay, so let me go there. So it's practical. This is what we are doing today. Okay. So RSA, so no longer SBIW, right? Okay, and remember, guys, this is, please remember this. If you're doing an interview and you're working somebody, and this is a typical question they would ask, especially if you have on your resume that you've done sales and all that, logistics. This is a typical interview. Walk me through the steps in logistics. And those will be the exact choice of words. So walk me through the steps should be from A to Z, not from Z to A, or not from W to A and then to Z. It has to be in order because they follow. So you have to know the steps, the step-by-step approach in deploying logistics. Okay, so a little tip for you. So RSA 6. All right, I'm gonna go into RSA 6. Okay. So what do I do here?
So here you can do expansion and search for this data source.
Okay, so it's here.
Yeah.
So what do we do next?
You want to maintain this extraction so you can do it any maintenance.
Okay, so where do I go to?
Yes, you select that one and then or you can double click on it.
Okay, I just double clicked it.
Okay, what
So
else?
you're confused because this is not the right place to come to. That's fine. Um, you probably didn't practice it, so that's fine. Let me move on to somebody else. Ade, I'm starting from the top today. Ade Adewale, can you continue from Can? Thank you. That's good. But I need you to do practicals, okay? Because it has to be at the tip of your fingers. Ade Adewale, can you take us through the rest?
Then you go to the RSA3 to test your extractor for loadability.
You go to RSA3 to test it.
Right.
This is logistics. Okay. No, I'm not happy with that. So I'm going to move to the next person. Adewale Awe, can you walk us through? I want us to quickly finish. I want to see who actually did some practical work or who went over. Did you guys have the videos? Last week's video. Do you have it yet?
Yeah, we have it.
You do. Okay. All right. Ade. Adewale.
Um,
Yeah, I meant.
hmm. Are we? I thought the steps. I didn't practice it, but I thought the steps started with first going to RSA 9, then going to RSA 5, then going
Right.
to RSA
Right.
6.
What was the essence of RSA 9?
RSA 9 is to check that if the system is new or not, so you import, I guess, your,
Right. So when the system is not new, you come to RSA 6 and it's there.
right,
There is no point going to transfer anything. Remember I said RSA 9 is only necessary. And when you watch the video over, you see I stressed on that. If it's fresh implementation and you do not have the application component hierarchy, then you go to RSA 9 to transfer that. Remember when we came to RSA 6 last week, we didn't find SAP R3, and that was
right.
the reason I had to go to RSA 9. So if it is here, you don't need to go there. This is it. This was what I was wanting to go transfer from RSA 9. Okay. So that is not always the first step. You only go there to do something. Yes.
Eva, I think he's saying that the scenario you gave us was a fresh implementation. That's why.
Oh, that's what he said, that if it's a fresh implementation. Okay. So even if it's a
Yes, the
fresh
scenario you
implementation.
gave us.
Okay. So the scenario I said, fresh implementations, you will not have anybody would have worked on there. So it may not be there. Okay, and I'm taking it again. Fresh implementations, most fresh implementations will not have the application hierarchy component. The application component hierarchy already transferred. That is why you would most often than not do RSA 9 fresh implementations. But the goal is not to go to RSA 9 at every fresh implementation. The goal is to transfer the application component hierarchy. So if it is a fresh system and the application component hierarchy, it's already showing in RSA 6 or RSA 5, there is no point going to RSA 9. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay, good. So having said that, Adewale, can you continue? So RSA 9 will just come in handy when you need to go transfer it. We already have it here. So I'm here in RSA 6. Extractor is active. What do we do next?
Uh, thought we had to do RSA3 for a test extraction, and then we go to BW to replicate.
Okay, that was exactly what I did said. I said no. You only do that if it's regular data source. This is logistics. So please, this clearly tells me you haven't practiced. Go back and practice, okay? I beg. I am seriously begging you guys. Logistics is the heartbeat of companies. And we talked about this extensively last week. Okay, I see you're ready to tell me. So go ahead. What do we do from here?
Eva, I didn't get a chance to watch the video because they came late, but I think you go to T code LVWE.
Thank you. That is what you
activate your
remember the whole
extract structure.
Yes, thank you. That is what you did. You guys remember the whole pilot thing? Do you remember logistics cockpit? Does cockpit come to mind? I'm hearing a lot of noise at the background. Can you guys mute your mics if you're not talking, please? Thank you. So you go to LVWE. And I need answers. You can type it in if you can't talk. Do you guys remember this interface? Do you remember the whole, pilot cockpit thing we did?
Yeah, I remember now. Can you do me a favor, just because I don't remember? Can you explain the difference to me between what we're calling logistics and what I was explaining, I guess the steps that I was explaining before?
Okay. Were you in class last week?
Yes, I was in class.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you because I think you should have heard me, or you probably know, but I just want to force the answer from you.
Okay.
Remember we talked about. You remember when I was giving comparison between Walmart and the Bank of America, which place will be busier?
Oh yeah, right.
Okay, so
Walmart, right.
do you get it now? Yeah. So can you give me the answer?
Yeah, I guess the data from logistics, I guess we were saying that it's, I forget the word we use.
It's more delicate in nature. It's rampant and all that. We talked a whole lot about it. So it's treated differently. Anything non-logistics, it is as simple as activating it, checking it in RSA3, going to BW and replicating it, and that's it. Logistics is different because of its nature, the nature of data. Remember?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. I remember.
Okay, so I think concept-wise, we've covered a lot. We've done all that. I'm not going to go back. Please go back to the videos and let me know that you have true questions. Okay, not things I've said that you don't remember because you haven't practiced. Else we will drag this class too much. So I'm just going to come here. This is where you come to, and then you go under SD. And then do a second level activation. You activate the extract structure. It is green. It's already active. I'm going to delete it because that was the intent here last week. I wanted to delete it as if it's never in the system at all, and then we go through the whole process. Okay, so we're doing, I said I was going to do VA header, 11 header, which is this one. So I'm going to make it inactive right now. Okay, and then I'm going to go back to RSA 6 and delete it so that it's not even active in RSA 6 at all. And then I'll quickly brush through the steps. So once you delete an extractor from RSA 6, you're making it inactive. Okay, so it's gone. If I try to find it, it will not be here. It said no here because I already deleted it. Okay. All right, I'm going to pause this part of the recording, stop it completely, and then start a fresh one because I'm just going to run through the steps quickly. Okay, so today's class is a continuation to last class, and we are going to, this is logistics. We are going to activate this data source. It is a logistics data source, and we're going to get it ready, the data ready to be extracted into BW. So we're going to go through the step-by-step approach. And in logistics, there are step-by-step approach in doing logistics. And I need you guys to get very, very hands-on on that. When I mean hands-on, you have to practice it before it will become second nature. So our very first approach is going to be, and this is, when you see this slide over here, this is steps in extracting data from ECC. And the example is we're loading zero material. Zero material is master data extractor. It is a non-logistics extractor. So the simple steps are as follows. RSA5, activate it. RSA6, double check that it is active. You only need RSA9 if it's not, you don't have the application component hierarchy. So this is not even a step to do. You only do that if you need to transfer that. Next step is make sure that the data you can test for extraction RSA3, go into BW, replicate it, do your modeling and load. This is for a non-logistics data source. Okay, for logistics, the steps are as follows. So we are activating 2LIS_11_VA header. First of all, we want to go to RSA6 to check if data source is active. Okay, or even to make it simple, let's just say we know it's not active. Okay, so first step, go to RSA5, activate extractor. So once we do it, we'll be adding the point. So we're going to go to RSA5. We want to find the data source we are interested in. It is here. We're going to activate it. We click on activate data source to activate it. Okay, it says activation successfully completed down here. We trust the system. If the system says it's activated, we do trust it, but we want to just go to verify that, yeah, it's really active. So we want to go to RSA and verify that extractor is active. So I'm going to go into RSA6. So it is here. That means that it's active. Because if it was not active, you will not show it in RSA6. So we are good. Okay, so verify that extractor is active. The next step you want to do is get into the logistics cockpit. And never, if you forget anything in logistics, do not forget this, because this is the parent transaction code in logistics. You can forget RSA5, forget RSA6, and it's excusable. It's okay. It's not okay that, somebody can pardon you if you're interviewing you. If you forget to mention LBWE, you will not get that job. So if you forget any T code in logistics, please do not forget LBWE. It is the logistics cockpit. If you don't know this, then you don't know logistics. That is unfortunately how business will take it. So you go to LBWE to activate extract structure. This is the second level activation with logistics extractors. This distinguishes non-logistics extractors from logistics extractors, because LBWE is only for logistics related data sources. Okay, so that is the distinguishing factor. So you have to remember that. So we're going to go into LBWE right now to activate the extract structure for our data source. So /n LBWE. Over here, we know that it's sales related. If you don't know, you can keep expanding everything, but it will come with experience. It's under SD. And it's 11 header. It's right here. Okay, it's yellow. That means that it's inactive. Anything that is green means it's active. Anything beneath it is active, but we're only interested in this, and unfortunately it's not active. So we're going to activate it. To activate the extra structure, all you have to do is just stand on this pencil that says inactive. Click on it, and then when you get this pop-up, this is just, a transport request. Just continue. And then there you go. It's active again. So we've activated the extra structure right now. What do we do next? Next thing you want to do, and I went into details last week. For reference, you can refer back to last week's video. I'm not going to go in depth on that today. The next step you want to do for logistics is to delete the setup table. T code in doing that is to go to LBWG. Okay, so delete setup table for the application area. You know what, let me even just make it simple. Delete setup table in LBWG. Why you delete setup table, please refer back to last week's video. LBWG. So this is the place to delete the setup table. Okay, and let me show you something. Before I delete the setup table, let me open another session and show you something. I am gonna do extraction checker on the data source, and it may or it may not have data. It may have data because before we deleted it from the cockpit, it was already active. Okay, so it could be that somebody's already filled the setup table and it has data. But if it does have data, we will see. And we'll see what will happen to it once we delete the setup table. Okay, it does have data. It says that 990 data records selected. Okay, I'm going to delete the setup table, and then we will come back to check again. We'll see if we have data. The reason you delete setup, I know I said I was not going to say it, but just so I cover this in this part of the video, the reason you delete the setup table is to make sure that you do not have duplicate records when you're transferring the data into BW. Because chances are somebody might have filled it already. Or chances are there may be some kind of data hidden somewhere. When you fill the setup table, that data that is already there will be transferred again, and you will have duplicates. So deleting the setup table just gives you a fresh slate. It just gives you a clean, table to start off with. That way you know for sure that until before you filled it, there was no data in there at all. Can you guys mute your phones, please? I'm getting feedback. Martins, can you please mute your phone? Thanks. Okay. We just verified that this data source already has 990 data in it already, right? Number of records. That was what we saw, or more. When we fill the setup table, we don't delete it and we go and fill it. That 990 records, they will be transferred again. They're going to be duplicates. So that is the reason we delete the setup table. So I'm going to go ahead and delete it. And we will go back and see that it's totally empty. So we are clean. We are set up to start filling it. So the application area is 11. And how do you know it's 11? It will be in the name of the data source. The name of the data source is 2LIS_11_VA header. No, I take that back. It's showing 11 over here, so it depends on what it is. Let's go back to the cockpit, and then you'll see what area is that. And it's very important that you know whatever area you're deleting, so you don't mistakenly delete something else. So LBWE, and we came over here. It was under 11, so I was right. Okay, this is it. This is the data source we are interested in. And you realize that there are a number of data sources that is grouped under one application area. Okay, so when you delete that application area, it deletes the data. They all have one setup table, so it wipes out the data in all of them. So the main area is 11. So we're going to go back to delete 11.
Ava, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Is there a benefit to memorizing, I guess, the data source name, like 211, whatever? Is there a benefit to knowing that?
Yes, there are certain specific data sources, especially if you have on your resume that you've done SD, you have to remember that. I realized that is, what interviewers use these days to distinguish the fake ones from the real ones. Because if you've really worked before, you will remember. Do you have to know all the names of the data sources? No. Because I've worked with so many data sources, I don't even remember all of them. But certain key ones, you have to remember.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the area is 11. I'm going to click on 11. And remember I said when you do 11, when you put 11 over there, you're deleting the setup table for every extractor that comes under 11. Okay. Any data source that is grouped under application area 11, they have just one setup table. So you're deleting that. So in deleting it, you put the application number in there, and then you hit this clock over here. That says execute. So we're going to hit it, and then the pop-up says that data will be lost. Do you really want to delete the restructure tables? Yes. And I remember I said that deleting setup table and everything, if you don't understand what you're doing, you can impact somebody's work. And I gave an example last week of a query and Can. A query having loaded data already, and then a query coming back to, start logistics again. And unfortunately, they all fall under the same area. So what is going to happen? If a query deletes it, it deletes the data in Can's data source that has already worked on. It knows how delicate it is. That is why the pop-up question came up. Do you really want to delete it? It gives you a second chance to think again. So please be very careful. Read any pop-up that will come up before you choose a yes or no answer. So it says that setup tables deleted successfully. So we are done deleting the setup table. Okay, I'm going to go to RSA 3, and then let's see if we're going to show any records there after deleting setup table. So I'm going to hit this to test, and you see what it says? It says 0 data records selected. 0 because you've deleted the setup table. Okay, and remember I was saying that as far as logistics are concerned, the only way the data source can read data, or the only data that this logistics related data source, the only place it has the authorization or it has the legal right to go get data is in the setup table, not the table of origin. Okay, so when you delete data in the setup table, extractor cannot pull data because there's no data. Okay, so we have just confirmed that. Next step to do is to go back and fill it. Okay, because if the setup table does not have data, data source cannot go pull the data from the table of origin directly. So if you want data into BW, you got to fill your setup table. How do you fill the setup table? There are 2 ways. Either go to the SBIW approach, and this is where SBI comes in, okay? It's not the very first step. Go to the SBIW approach or go to transaction directly. And transactions usually will start with OLI and then the application area and then BW. Okay, so we'll see what transaction it is for this data source. So we're going to go to SBIW because we don't know the T coding going there directly to fill for this extractor. So come over here. If you're not sure what to do, do a find, type in fill. It will take you straight over there. Expand it. Expand application specific setup of statistical data, and then locate the area you're interested in filling. We're interested in SD. Our data source in question is under this functional area, SD sales orders. So to fill it, you have to click on the clock. Remember, don't click on this thing that looks like a notepad with glasses on it. If you click, it just gives you information. To fill it, click on the clock. And then over here, you're going to have to give it a name of run. So we're just going to do run 1. And you can put any name you want. It doesn't really matter. And over here, you want to give it a termination date. In doing this, you have to know, and it will come with experience. You have to know when or amount of data that you're transferring. If you're not sure, give it an ample time to load everything before it cuts off. Okay, so let's say in the table of origin for this very application area in SD, you have 20 million records. And you're not sure how long it would take to fill 20 million records into your setup table. Okay, if you're not sure, give it a year. Termination date, a year from now. Okay, what will happen? I'm not saying do a year because it will not take a year, okay? I'm just playing safe. You can give it the next day, 2 days, 2 hours, whenever, and it will come in. It will come to you with experience. Okay, if you're not sure and you give it a year from now, if it finishes loading or it finishes filling up in an hour, it's going to cut off. So you're safe. If let's say it's going to take a day to fill up and you give it an hour, after an hour, it's going to cut off. And that means that you will not have the remaining of the data. It's not finished loading. So you will not have everything. Okay, so if you want to have everything, give it ample time. So I'm just going to choose tomorrow's date. But I know it's going to finish in the next 10 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to choose tomorrow's date. Tomorrow's date is the 23rd. No, 24th. Today is 23rd. I'm going to choose 24th. And the time, I'm going to leave the time the same way. You know, a time by this time tomorrow, this thing should finish loading. If it finishes an hour, we are good. It will not keep running. Okay, so we are good over here. This is all you do over here. Let's say, for instance, you don't want to fill everything in the table of origin into the setup table. And you just want to pick and choose what documents to load. You have this selection over here. You can put whatever document number. So let's say you're interested in loading documents 1,000 through 5,000. So you want to load that range of sales documents and not everything. You just fill in the range you're interested in and then you execute it. Okay, but we are not interested in any range because I don't even know the sales document numbers in here. So we're not going to do anything. And there are 2 ways in hitting the field. You can choose to hit this clock directly over here. When you hit the clock directly over here, what that means is that you have to sit on your computer. You will not be able to do anything until it's done. So let's say you hit this clock 30 minutes before your closing time. And you're the kind of person that would always get off work very early. At 5 o'clock on the dot, you want to go home. And you hit this clock and it's still not downloading by 5 o'clock. What happens is if you park, shut off your computer and park to go home, it's going to terminate it. Okay, so that is not good. If you're not sure how long it's going to take and you want to go home anyway, whether it's done or not, please run it at the background. Okay, so I'm going to run this in the background. When you run in the background, it brings this pop-up over here for you. When you get this, just put in LP01, just to let you go. It's just an output device. It doesn't matter. It may be company specific, but most companies have worked out. If I put LP01, it goes, it goes through. Companies may have their own output device. Whatever it is, you put it in there. And then it brings you to this screen. And this screen is where you set it to run. We want it to run immediately, so we click over here. run immediately. Immediately I hit this continue button, this check button, it starts running immediately. If let's say you want to run in the background, but you don't want it to start immediately, you want it to start in 5 minutes time, or in an hour, or tomorrow, whenever, you come to this tab over here that says date and time. You schedule the start time. If you want it to start tomorrow, you can put tomorrow's date over there. If you want it to start today, you can put today's date over here. And then the time you want it to start. If you want it to start in an hour, right now it's 6:54 or whatever the time is. If you want it to start in an hour, you can change the time. You know, whenever you want it to start exactly, you can put all those settings over here. And it will start. And if you want it to be AM or PM, whatever suits you, you have the option to do that. If you want it to start, no start after. If you don't want it to start after a certain time, you can also specify that over here. Okay, but right now I don't want it to start. I just want it to start immediately. So I'm just going to do immediately. There are other options you can do over here. If you want it to start after job, you want it to start after event, whatever, you do all those settings over here. You want it to start every hour. You want it to start weekly, whatever, you have all that over here to do. But we're only interested in doing it immediately. So I'm just going to go to immediate and I'm going to hit this. So it says that background job was scheduled for program this. So it started there. So what this means is that immediately I hit the execute, what happens in the background is that it goes to set a pointer, a cut-off point for the table of origin. Okay, and remember that when you're filling the setup table, all that it means is that you're transferring data from the table of origin into the setup table. So let's say currently you have 1 through 10 in the table of origin. Okay, 1 through 10 in the table of origin, you hit execute. What it does in the background is that it sets a pointer after 10. So any data that comes after 10, that data, so if 11 comes in, 12 comes in, 11 and 12 is considered delta, because that means that that data came in after you executed the field, after you hit this clock. So that data, 11 and 12, is supposed to be your true delta. And that data will not be picked up into the setup table because it came in after you hit field. So what happens is that that data will go into an intermediary table called extraction queue or update table. Okay, that data will also go there. It comes into the table of origin and it goes into that intermediary table in parallel. Okay, so you can pick up that data, the 11 and 12, via deltas. The only data that gets transferred into the setup table is the data that was currently there at the time you hit execute. So any data that was currently there already is called historic data, because as far as you are concerned, it's old. It's already there prior to me filling it. So it's history to you. Anything that comes after is a change. It's a new record. It's delta. Okay, and we have talked about delta and all that. I'm seeing questions over here. Let me go read them and see if I can address them before we continue. So Ken is saying that our loading history or new or change as well. Ken, your question is not clear. Can you unmute yourself and ask that again?
Actually, you already answered that one. That eventually they set up a pointer, so that.
Oh, I already answered it. Okay. All right, good. Okay, so hitting this is what we've done. We set the pointer in the table of origin for new data that will come after that to be your true delta to capture, from your deltas. So background is running. How do you check if the background job is finished running or not? There is a T code in checking background jobs, and that T code is SM36. SM36 defines it. There are so many T codes, even confusing. The T code is actually SM37. I believe, yes, it's SM37. So when you come over here, it will populate the name you entered it with, your username, and you want to see everything that is scheduled, released, ready, active, whatever, between from now to today, whatever you've done today. You want to see whatever you've executed in the background today. We want to check on the status. This is where to come. So when you check over here, this is what I just did. How do I know? This is it. This one right here, because this is the time I just said it. 6:55. That was the time that in the system. Okay, and it says active. It will say active if you just executed. If you want to see whether it's finished or not, you can keep refreshing. And it's running. You see that the seconds keep changing. Duration says it's now 2:47. If I hit refresh, it goes to 2:51. So that means that it's not totally done. When it's done, it will change to finished. Okay, so once it's not done, you cannot go check if the data has come in or not. So let's wait patiently for it to come. To finish loading. Okay, so once it's loading, I'm gonna go to another transaction code, which is the intermediary table I was talking about, the update table. T code to go into the update table is LBWQ. I'll show you how the update table looks like. So this is it. It says that outbound queue. Okay, it outbounds to RSA7. This is the extraction queue I've been talking about. And over here is new records. Remember how I said a cutoff, and if new records come in, like let's say 11 and 12 come in, 11 and 12 will be showed over here. It will come here, and you see the number of records. It will say 2, and then you see the the area it's coming. So if let's say SD is 11, it will show the 11 over here, and it will show 2. It will show over here. We don't have anything like that right now, so it will not show. When we start doing real life projects after this session, I may try and come into one of your sessions and I'll create a record and I'll show you how deltas come in. We won't cover it over here because it's complex and you don't need to know that to get a job. So I will not cover that. So let's say if our setup table is done. Okay, it says finished. It took 317 seconds to finish loading. So we are good to go. So we are going to, next step to do is, once it's done, you go to RSA3. Because when setup table is finished loading, when you go to RSA3, you have to find data there. Okay, so you go to RSA3 to test extraction. If you don't see any data, there are two things. Either your filling of setup table was not successful, or there was no data at all in the table of origin to be transferred. If you're sure there is data in the table of origin and your setup table field, okay, it finished running, and you did not see any data in RSA3, something happened to your filling. It did not work. So you have to figure out what happened or what interrupted it or why data is not showing in RSA3. Okay, remember we went to RSA3 and after I had deleted the setup table and we had 0 records. Let's go back there. Let's see how many records we're going to show after filling. You see, after filling, we have data now. It says 990 data records selected. So that means that our setup table worked. The filling of the setup table worked. Okay, I'm going to put in here another, not even another point. It's 1 point, but I'm going to put another T code over here, which is this extraction queue. So LBWQ. So go to LBWG and LBWQ. Let me put N so you don't think it's R. LBWG, and LBWQ to delete setup table and extraction queue. Okay, so LBWG is for setup table and LBWQ is for extraction queue. And the reason you delete, remember I said the reason you delete your setup table, it's so you know that it's a fresh slate. You didn't have anything before you filled it up. You don't want to have duplicates. Okay. The reason you'd want to delete your extraction queue, and extraction queue is where I came to. Let me go back there again. LBWQ. LBWQ. The reason you want to delete here is last week I said that data will come here immediately the extract structure is active. Okay, so if the extract structure is active and users are populating data or transactions are going on, data will come here and it will go to table of origin in parallel. So even prior to you filling setup table or deleting setup table, once the extract structure is active and transaction is going on, data will come here. And if data is here before you fill the setup table, that means that if data comes here and it goes to setup, it goes to table of origin in parallel. Okay, so let's say, before you even fill setup table, you activated the extract structure yesterday, and transactions have gone on. Okay, transactions that came into the into the table of origin, is 1 through 10. That data will also come in here into the extraction queue. 1 through 10 will also be here because the extract structure is active. Okay, and then tomorrow, a day after today, or whenever, let's say today is when you activated the extract structure. So any transactions that came in, it came in here into the extraction queue, and then the table of origin in parallel. So 1 through 10 is over here, 1 through 10 is in the table of origin. Tomorrow you come to fill setup table. When you fill the setup table will pick up from table of origin, right? And we said table of origin has 1 through 10 as of today. Tomorrow, when you fill setup table, 1 through 10 will be picked up into your setup table from the table of origin. And remember that 1 through 10 also is over here in extraction queue. If you don't delete the data in the extraction queue, what will happen is that when you transfer your init records into BW, 1 through 10 will go. And when you're moving deltas, 1 through 10 will go again because this feeds RSA 7. And you'd realize that in BW, you have 1 through 10 being duplicated. Okay, I explained this into details in last week's video, so go back and watch it and you get it. So this is the only reason you delete the extraction queue, so you do not have duplicates. Okay, to avoid duplicates, delete setup table, delete extraction queue before you even go to fill it. Okay, so over here, SBIW, or go to transaction, and I'm going to put the reason is fill setup table. Okay, so fill the setup table. Setup table is the only table you manually fill. Extraction queue, you have no control over there. Immediately the extract structure is active. If users are entering data, if somebody is buying stuff, whatever transaction is going on, it will be pushed over here. You have no control over here. All right, that is why I said last week that in logistics is very delicate, that you find most companies doing logistics at midnight or at odd hours, off at work hours, when there is no transactions going on or minimal transactions. Because if it's during work hours and you're doing this, you may have wrong results. It may impact your data that comes in. And again, we said this in depth last week. So I see Ikea start something. Let me see what she's saying. Yes. So Ikea, the alternative for SBIW is a transaction, a direct transaction. This is just an example. So let me put in here then an example. Okay, and every application area will have their own transaction. And I'll show you what the transaction is for our extractor for this 2LIS. So this extractor is, let me go back to, let me see if I have mine. Okay, so I was here. I'm going to go back to SBIW and then go over the filling, and I'll go find the transaction for you. So we said we'll type fill, right, if you wanted to fill it. So we were here. We were in here. There is a T code in coming here directly. That T code, it's when I come down over here, it is this T code over here. OLI7BW. I don't know if you see it. That is the T code in filling setup table for sales orders. OLI7BW. And I'm going to go there directly. So let me put OLI7BW. It's not 3. 3, I think, is for purchasing. SD is 7. Okay, or go to transaction directly. Directly for each area. So example, OLI 7, I'll say is for SD. So you don't think that it's for everything. If you're doing purchasing, it will be different. If you're doing, let's say, invoicing or plant maintenance, whatever functional area you're doing, they will have their specific transactions you have to go to directly. Okay, they will not all be the same. SBIW will just lead you to the main area where you will find all the different functional areas. So for instance, this is SBIW, right? You see purchasing, you see production, quality, plant. So wherever you want, you click on it and they will take you to their individual transactions. It's just a path. So I'm going to go back to the easy access menu and I'm going to put in OLI7BW, and you'd realize that it will bring me there directly. You see, I didn't have to go through SBIW. If you know the T code, come there directly. If you don't know, go to SBIW. Ikea, does that help? Does that answer your question? Okay, you already said okay. All right. Okay, so that is what you do. And we are done, really. You come to RSA3, test extraction. If it pulls data, go to BW. So let me do next step. Go to BW. And you already know the drill. And replicate. Replicate the data source. Have your data flow in place. And we're going to do business content, and you understand, some of these things. Have your data flow in place. And then initialize your loads. Initialize. And remember that the only info package or the only extraction method or update method that can pull data into BW from your setup table is either full or initialization. Initialization will pull everything that is there and then it will set a pointer for deltas for you. Okay. Initialize data. And you're done. Whatever you fill the setup table with, you can get into BW by just doing this. Okay, this is the step. And I'm going to fill in the details over here, but just understand that this is a step-by-step approach in doing logistics. Okay, but the infilling I said I was going to do is, we already explained that last week, but I'll just brush it off real, quickly. And remember I said that when you're filling the setup table, immediately you hit fill over here. It sets a pointer in the table of origin for you. We already talked about all of that. Okay, so let's say that I said anytime your extra structure is active, data gets populated over here in LBW queue, in your extraction queue. Okay, and you haven't finished filling setup table. Right? You haven't finished filling setup table. And you don't want the data. If you've not finished filling the setup table, that means that you cannot get the data into BW, so you haven't done initialization yet. So if you have not done initialization yet, that means that RSA7 is not active for you. Okay, let me go to RSA7. If you haven't done initialization yet, RSA7 is not active for you. How do you get, so you will not see that 2LIS data source over here if you haven't done initialization in BW. It will not be here. The placeholder will not be here. How do you push the data from extraction queue to here, or how how would data come to RSA 7? There is something called jobs. You run a job to push the data from extraction queue into RSA 7. Okay, so extraction queue, you have no control over. Over here, in this extraction queue, you have no control over. Data will get pushed over here, immediately transactions go on. Okay, if your extra structure is active, data will come over here, and I'm stressing it over and over because I need you to understand. Because if you mess up this on the job, you will get fired. It's as simple as that. Okay, and I know I've worked with people who have 10 years of experience, and they still cannot get logistics together. They still don't know how logistics behave or what goes on in the background. And if you don't understand logistics very well, it's likely you will not be able to deploy it very well. Okay, and if this is a heartbeat of most companies, you don't want to go wrong on this. That is why I'm overstressing it. Okay, you don't have control over here. The only control you have is how you push data from here to RSA 7. Okay, there you have control over. So if there is no placeholder for you in RSA 7, for you, no placeholder, and you accidentally push data from here to RSA 7, the data that will go to RSA 7 will be lost. Or let's say you have set up a job to always pick data, push data on hourly basis. Every hour you want data that comes over here to be pushed into RSA 7 for you. Okay, and unfortunately you haven't initialized your deltas in BW. That means that all your jobs that will be running to push the data here is going to push it from here into a vacuum because there is no placeholder in RSA 7 for you yet. So that part of data will be lost. Okay, so the reason I said I was going to fill in the details here is because on the job you'd realize that sometimes you'd have jobs running that is pushing data, picking data from places and pushing it to places. And this happens a lot in logistics because of the nature of data. Okay, so I'm going to go into the cockpit to show you how that is done. So do you see this job control over here? And this is SD. So assuming that I want data updated into BW every hour because it's logistics. Logistics is, and I said that last week, that it's possible you can have reports. A manager will want to see reports on an hourly basis. It's possible. Is that what happens on the job all the time? No. But it's very possible. If the manager wants to see what sales are coming in every hour, that means that every hour you have to update the data into BW, else they will not see current status of transactions, right? And you don't want to manually come here and be doing all this. So you want to set, automated process so that every hour, any data that will come into, any deltas that will come into the extraction queue, it should automatically go into RSA 7. And then you want to do process change to automatically pick the data from RSA 7 into BW. And then, all the way to your cubes. You don't want to manually go and be hitting, info packages and DTPs and all that. When we talk about process change, you will understand how we automate loads. Okay, so when you automate it, all you do is just sleep until you get an email alert that your loads, are failing or your load is failed. That is the only time you probably go and check the system. Right now, all the data loads we do are manual loads. You execute info package, you execute DTP, you go and check that the data is in the PSA, you push it, you go and check the data is in the target and all that. They are all manual work. You can't keep doing that if you need to do that every 30 minutes. It's too much work. Okay, so there is an automated process we set in place to just be doing the manual work you would have done for you. Okay, so on the job, it's very typical that the job will be set to automatically push data from extraction queue into RSA 7 on whatever time days you choose, every hour, every minute, whatever. Okay, so if you have that kind of job in motion, you've already set that job, you want to make sure that that job is not running prior to you filling the setup table. Because if you have that job running, that means that whilst your setup table is filling, right, that job, any data that will come into the extraction queue will be pushed into RSA 7 and it's going to get lost. Because if you're filling setup table, it's likely you haven't done initialization in BW, and if you have not done initialization in BW, you will not have RSA 7 being active for you. There's no placeholder in RSA 7. So any data that will be pushed, if the job pushes data from extraction queue into RSA 7, that part of the data will be lost, and you can never get it again. You can, but it's another complex work to retrieve that data again, and you may not have that time to retrieve that data again. So you want to make sure that you have, you understand everything that goes on in the background and do it right just one time, because time may not be on your side. Okay, how do you set the job? There are two ways. If you want to just set, something to just run right away, you want to push data from extraction queue into RSA 7, and it's SD related, you hit on this job control, and then you hit this start date. You give it immediate if you want to do it immediately. We've already gone through this. You want to set it tomorrow, whenever you want to push the data, set it up, and then come in over here in the print parameter. Just make sure that you maintain it. Put LP01 or whatever it is. Just, LP01. Continue. And then it switches from red to zero. From red to green. Okay, so it says that all is maintained. So when you see all these greens, the next thing you do is just hit schedule job. You hit schedule job. Immediately you hit schedule job. What happens in the background is that the data over here, right now it's zero because we don't have any data, so it's showing zero. If we did have data, it will show the number of records that is there. If it's 20, it will show 20. What happens after you hit execute over here is that the data will move. It will show zero because that means that it's transferred it. It's pushed it to RSA 7. Okay, this is what pushes it from extraction queue to RSA 7. If you do schedule job and you come back to extraction queue and you still show data, that means that something happened to your job. It did not push it. Okay, so if you've automated this job and it pushes the data every hour, you want to make sure that you step off that job. That job is not running prior to you filling the setup table. It's just for sanity check, because if it is active, chances are you will lose the data. Okay, so when you're explaining this in an interview, I want you to explain it very well and let them know why you want to make sure that there is no job running prior to you filling the setup table. And I'm going to say the reason again. The reason you want to make sure there is no job running, or there is no automated job running in the background that pushes data from your extraction queue to RSA 7, is because you don't want to lose data. You don't want to lose your deltas. How would you lose your deltas? It's as simple as you haven't filled setup table, or setup table is still filling. Chances are you haven't done initialization in BW. If there is no initialization in BW, there is no RSA 7 for you. There is no placeholder in RSA 7. If there is no placeholder for RSA 7, why are you pushing the data? Where do you want it to go sit? It doesn't have anywhere to go sit, so it will just go and it will get lost. That is how you lose data. Okay. So the details I said I was going to fill is that in here, I'm just going to put another note here that make sure there is no job running to push delta from LBWQ to RSA 7 prior to filling setup table. This avoids loss of data. Okay. So the reason I fit it in between the deletion of the setup table and the filling is because you have to double check and make sure if there's a job running, you step it off. You delete that job before you fill the setup table, else you may lose whatever records go there. Loss of data since RSA 7 may not have been initialized or active. Okay, so that is what you do. And then once you're done filling the setup table, and let me take all this points out because this is a BW stuff you already know. I'm going to take it there. So once you're done loading data, testing the extractor and everything, and this has data, now you can set the job. Okay, so let me put it over here so you can run job. Once you're done filling setup, now you can run job to push data from LBWQ to RSA7 after, and remember that it has to come after initialization in BW. Okay, so once you test RSA3, it's fine. Go to BW, do initialization, push your historic records, and then once you're done that, come and automate your deltas, to push from LBWQ to RSA7, then you can get your deltas into BW. So these are all the steps in logistics. After you have to, do the job, push the data from RSA7, from LBWQ to RSA7, that was what we just did. Clicking on this job control and just pushing it. How do you automate the jobs? You can set there's a transaction code, and we won't do that. It's a little complex. We can do that in your projects when the class is officially done, but you can set automated jobs. Okay, so when you set that and you know that it's automated, you want to kill that job so it's not running, periodically whenever you set it to run. This job control over here, what we did, we didn't automate it. It was just set to, run immediately. If you set it over here to do, on periodic basis, you can delete it. You can go to SM37, SM36, wherever, SM36 to delete it. Or whatever job is active, you can go and delete it. And let me just quickly go and then show you. So when you come to SM36, this will have all jobs that are running. Okay, if you don't know what job it is, you can decide to put a job name and then check it. Or let me see, I think it's SM38. There are so many C codes in SM37. Yes, SM37 is where we check the background job. So you can check the background job, and then if the job is still running, you can actually also delete it over here. So let's say this says released. Okay, you don't want it to run. You can click it in it and then delete it. So when you delete it, the job that is responsible, whatever it's responsible for, will not be there to do it anymore. So it will be gone. Okay, and then wherever you set the job to, you can go wherever you automate the jobs. It's one of these transactions. You can go there and delete it, and it will not be automated anymore. Okay, so this is it to logistics. Logistics, it's a must. No, before you even start preparing interview or preparing your resume, please, you have to know logistics before you start putting your resume together. This is a prerequisite to having a resume. I need you guys to go back, watch last week's video, watch today's video, do practical work, and come back and ask me real questions, and let's talk about that. I will love that, but I will not go over this again. Okay, now it's up to you to just practice, and get it at the tip of your finger. Having said that, any questions before we go into business content? Any confusions over here? Any clarifications anybody wants me to make? Any confusions? Anything you want me to clear up?
Ingrid, you were talking about automating jobs, and you said something about having two options. You clicked on the job control link.
Yes.
As the first option. Which one was the second option?
The second option, I said it was complex. I was not going to do it, but there's a T code you go to create job. It's SM, it's either SM37 or I think it's 36. 37 is where you monetize. So over here, you can create a job. There's a T code, you manually create jobs. And you can actually automate so many different functional areas together. So if you want to put purchasing, sales, invoices, whatever in one job, so that whatever data is related to each area, that data will be picked up, by one single job. You can put all of them and then automate that job. So it's a manual job you create. And it's advanced. You just need to know one approach in filling this, in pushing the data. The other approach, I think it's this transaction. Yes, it's SM37. Here you define the background job. And there's a way in doing it. You can put in the job name. You can do steps and put in the name of a variant, and this is how you do it. But do you need to know this to get a job? No. So just get stuck with, the one way I've told you, the job control. That is good enough, at least. So you start a job. But this is where you come to create the other job.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions, guys? I know logistics is a lot to take in. If you take your time, and I would suggest that take your time, play video over and over. If I said something that wasn't clear, note your questions down. And you can shoot me an email. I will respond. Text me. Whatever. I'm terrible with calls because usually at work I'm not able to answer calls. But text me. If I see that, I will text you right back. Email me, or even during class next week, come back with real questions and let's talk. I like them. But if you do not go over and you do not practice, you will not have questions, right? And before you know it, class is done and you not even have the opportunity to ask that question again. So I beg, and I'm speaking like a Nigerian man, I beg, please, 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 Adewale, you're laughing now. Please, please, please. Logistics, know logistics through and through. You will never go wrong with that. You will never go wrong with that. Okay. Yes, so Ikea is saying that she wants to know, she's going over what I said, that after you schedule your innate info package in BW, you run the job in ECC. Yes. It makes sense to do it that way because running the job means that you are pushing the data from extraction queue into RSA7. If you have not done initialization in BW, there will not be an RSA7, right? So why are you running job to, why are you taking it to? The essence of the job is to populate RSA7. If there is no placeholder over there, there is no point running it. So yes. Any other questions? Okay, if there are no questions, I am going to go into BW and go to the next topic, which is business content. Anybody heard about business content? Can anybody tell me what they think it is? What is business content? Talk to me, guys. Talk to me. You can type the question. You can type your answers in. I'm fine with that. What is business content? Before I start calling names. Anna Grayson. What is business content to you? If you don't know it,
I guess you got me on that one. I have no idea.
You have no idea. That's fine. I know people are good at guessing just by, the name of a topic or something. Can you make a guess? But what do you think business, if somebody says business content, what comes to mind?
I guess, and like I said, I'm just guessing, but would it be like the level of business applications that are, I guess, defined for an organization?
Okay, I will take that. Thank you. Can you mute yourself back? I think I'm getting a lot of echo. Thank you, Anna, but I'll take that. I mean, not knowing this at all, I'll take that. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, Khan, that is right. I like that answer. Yes. Anybody else? Anybody, listen to the previous classes on business content? Miss Beatrice, are you there?
Yes.
Can you try that?
No.
Okay. Just put business and put content together and just put them together. It's okay if it's wrong. We are in church, so any answer is correct.
Like maybe if it's literally maybe like a set of roles and what is needed to carry out the task.
Okay, I will take that. Thank you. Yes. And the reason I'm doing this is not just to hear your wrong answers. Really, that is not the point. Okay, the reason I'm having you just guess from the name is sometimes when you don't know something and you train yourself to, I don't even know how to say this right, but sometimes you can train your mind or you can train yourself to be able to do good guesswork. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So the essence of this is to help you figure something out. Because certain things in SAP, sometimes people think too technical or they go too deep. And, they just totally get it wrong. Sometimes as simple as just coming down to the lay term. Okay, to the lay terms. It's English, it's this. So don't think too high. And that's the essence of this. I want you to put the words together. And when we start talking about it, maybe it will make sense. I don't know. But I want to see how you can reason through this or how you can put things together. So yes, I will take that, Beatrice. Thank you. That is good. Set of rules, for a task, I take that. That is good. Bernard, can you tell me anything about this? What is business content to you? Now don't think SAP. Think life, English, business. Beatrice, can you mute yourself back? Please. Bernard. Bernard is probably not in class. Elena.
Hi, Eva.
Hi. How are you?
Good, thanks. Business content. Well, I've been reading about it. So I kind of took notes when I was reading about it. So it's very literal.
Okay.
So some of the features that I remember that I read about are things that we've already kind of looked at, like data sources, info objects, info cubes, DSOs. So all that are part of business content. And working definition that I remember just that business content is it's like an add-on to SAP BW. And as I think Beatrice said, it's set of roles that help to carry on some tasks in BW. So
Okay, thank you. Yes, that is so much information, and that is all true. Thanks. I like it when you guys do some reading, before class. That is very good. Thanks, Helena. Jonathan Jan, if you're there, can you say something? What is business content to you, or how do you understand the word? The two words put together. Jonathan shows unattentive. That's fine. Kunle.
Well, in my own words, business content, I can just say, is basic components that are needed to successfully run a business. That's what I can come up with right now. If I'm speaking
Basic components that are needed to successfully run a business. I kind of like that, but I'm lost. Can you further expatiate on that?
Well, basic components, what I meant by basic components, for example, let's say you're running a home health, for example. You need a location, you need a nurse, manager, and stuff like that. That's what I meant by basic components that you need to successfully run a business.
Okay. So you need a name, you need an address, you said, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. That is good. That is good. I'm surprised, Kuli, I've never bagged you in this class before. I've never even mentioned your name. I didn't know you were hiding there. Now I see where your name is hiding. Good to know. But that is good answer. Thank you. Martins, it's your turn. What is business content? Can you educate us? Olusegun.
Oh well, yes, ma'am. Well, I think in business world, this business content means some of the features or some of the requirements to run a business.
Okay, like
the necessities, depending on the type of business. That's all I can think now.
Okay, that's good. So depending on the type of business, the necessities in running a business is business content. Okay, I'll buy that. I'll take that. Roxanne Opoku.
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
From SAP point of view, I would say they are objects that are, pre-delivered and it speeds up implementation in SAP BI environment.
Pre-delivered and speeds up implementation. That's good. That's very technical, but that's good. Okay, great. So at least I see you're reading too. Wara, I show you're unattentive. You're not attentive, but if you can hear me, can you tell us what you think?
I think there are things or objects which make business easier to run or which help one run the business. I think in our own context, maybe like reports or query or variables.
Okay. 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 All right. I'll take that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vera, anything you can tell us?
Well, I think business content, it provides the selected roles within a company with the information they will need to carry out the work, the task, or the job.
Okay. Okay. Good answer too. All right, nice. Ken, I've already seen your answer, and I know you know, I know you've done a lot of reading, so I'm gonna skip you because I know you know. All right, so good answers, guys. I like that. Good answer. So now let's talk. Okay, all the answers you've given, I'm gonna put out the few words I picked up over here. So I heard basic need of a company. And Beatrice mentioned roles, tasks. And Kunle, what did you even say? You said, Kunle, what did you say?
Yeah, I said basic components that are needed for business to successfully run.
Oh, so you said the first point. Okay, good. Roles and tasks, and I also heard pre-delivered, etc. Okay, that's good. There's one name I haven't mentioned that I want to hear from is Fry. Free. I keep saying Fry. Forgive me.
Yeah.
Free.
Yes. I would say business content are pre-configured, like standard data sources, which already have info package, transformations, and all of that for data loads into different targets.
Okay, that is also correct. So thank you, Miss Frey.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. All right, so now let's go to business content. So all you said, basic need of a company, roles, tasks, pre-delivered, etc. They are all right. This is the technical definition of business content. So it says that business content is a pre-configured set of role and task relevant information models. Beatrice, did you Google it up? Because when you were talking, you sounded like you were just saying it from your head, but I am seeing role and I'm seeing task, and you mentioned those words. Yes, you Googled it up. Okay. All right. So business content is a pre-configured set of role and task relevant information models based on consistent metadata in the SAP Business Information Warehouse. Business content provides selected roles within a company with the information they need to carry out their tasks. This information model includes integral roles, workbooks, queries, info source, info cubes, and all these are too technical. Like, let's even forget the technical stuff. Let me come down to reality. Okay, and then we'll talk technical terms. Because really, the main driving force to all the technical jargons and all the technical details is the business need. It's all business related. That is what drives all these technical stuff. Okay, so why business content? You'd realize that when you take companies that operate the same way. Okay, so let's say you go to Bank of America, you go to Chase, you go to Wells Fargo. They are all bank. And we can bet on this. Chances are you go to a manager, each manager from all the individual banks, and you see the kind of report or the kind of decision making they do or the kind of stuff they look forward to seeing in a report. Most likely than not, there will be more similarities than disparity. Most of the things they would want to look out for will be very similar. That is why when you, whether Bank of America or Chase or wherever you go to open an account, they would want to run your background check. They would all want to take your social security from you. They would, the kind of process is kind of similar. Yes, they all have their customized, processes that are a little different or that distinguishes them from other banks. But most likely than not, they will do the same thing. or the things they look out for, the way they think, the way they process things is the same. When you take Bank of America to Walmart, it will not be the same because their work of operation is totally different. I don't see why you go buy something in Walmart and they want to take your social security from you. It doesn't make sense. They may, but is it something they would always do? No. So between Walmart and Bank of America, so, bank managers would definitely want to see. There may be similar things they may want to see, but they will not be as similar as bank to bank. Okay, so I know Evans told you the whole story of how SAP came about, the whole history about it. You can go back, if it's not in your videos, you can go back to, I think, 3 classes back. He really took his time and explained it very well. I'm not going to repeat the story, but all I needed to tell you is you'd realize that when the guys that came up with SAP, when they started, what they were doing was they didn't generalize SAP. Okay, so they did SAP for specific companies. So first of all, Bank of America will go and request for a certain product, the software, and they will tell them exactly what they want, and they will do it. And then Chase will go, they will do it for them. Wells Fargo will go, they will do it for them. But over time, they realized that, wow, all these companies are doing similar things. They all came in, most of the things they requested for, 90% of them is similar across board. Maybe 10% is just a little different because maybe Chase wanted to do online banking and Bank of America wanted to do paper banking or whatever, few disparity, but majority of the things they asked for were common across board. So in the eyes of the SAP guys, it just makes sense, and it's more money for them, right? If they can generalize it, if it's the same thing, why not just make one model and just sell it to everybody, or make it editable where you can edit it or customize it where you get whatever you want. But if you want to add online banking, you have the option to add online banking. Or if you want to add paperless, whatever it is that is different, distinguishes you from other banks, you can customize it and add it. That makes sense, right? That would be more money with less effort for SAP. Right, guys? I need answers on this. Does this make sense? If it doesn't make sense, I'll try another example. But that is real. That is what actually happened. It makes sense, right? Okay. Yes. So business content for in SAP, there is a certain business content that is general to all banks that came to them. So let's say all banks that came to them, they wanted a model, at the end, they wanted a model where they can see their, they want to track their deposits against their withdrawals, or they want to check, credit limits, whoever is on the threshold, whoever is not, they just want to monitor customer, thresholds, who is falling, way beyond the limits or going off the limits, or who their top 10 customers are, who their, whatever they call bad customers are, who to loan to, who not to loan to, all those things are common across board. Every bank will want to see that. Okay, and every retail company will also want to see certain common things, similarities. So it just makes sense. You can, because if billions of companies are coming to you, you have to, keep doing it for individual. It doesn't make sense. So they generalized it. So the business content to a certain group of industry is common. So what SAP did is they pre-configured that. Okay, they pre-delivered the content of businesses that are related together, and whatever it would take. So if you were doing it manually, okay, they bought the software and you were supposed to customize for Chase from Bank of America, whatever fields you would design, whatever info queue, whatever info just you put in an info queue, they've already saw the need to do that. Okay, so they put everything together. So they started from reports. They saw how, Bank of America want to see their report. Maybe they want to see customer, days overdue, or, net due dates, whenever their payment is due, flag it, whether they've paid or not, their limits, how much money they can take out in a certain day, and all that. They want to see all those in the report. So they pre-configured that report. So they've already built that report for you. All you have to do is just go activate it. You see how Evan started with reports where you had to go create your own reports by, you drag and drop fields, blah, 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 and all that. Wouldn't it be nice? I mean, isn't it? It doesn't even sound nice or, refreshing that, wow. So SAP has something like that. They've already done a report for me. All I have to do is just go activate it and just load data. That is less work for you, right? Yes, so that is the good news I'm telling you. SAP has something like that. So the main driving force of business content, even though it's all pre-configured info cubes, reports, info objects, DSOs, name it, whatever you've learned in class up to now, data sources, anything you would have done manually, all the way to getting data ready in a report for manager to see. SAP is pre-configured all that for you. Pre-configured means that they have done that already for you. You don't have to do it. You just have to know which one you want to see. So let's say SAP has a sales report where there are certain fields in it. If that's all and it's good enough for you, all you have to do is just activate it and you're good to go. You don't have to design anything. They've pre-delivered it for you. It's just like going to buy food, frozen food that is already cooked for you. All you have to do is just warm it up and eat it. And, it took me a long time to get that sunk into my head when I first came to America. Because back home in Africa, you barely have somebody cook for you already and sell it. Yeah, they do cook fresh, and it's on a daily basis. But somebody will now go cook, a whole meal. Now they're doing it because, we are getting advanced. But back in the days, you would barely see anything like that. Where food is made ready for you. All you have to do is just go warm it up. No way. You will buy raw, raw materials, whatever it is, raw tomatoes, pepper, and you will do your own cooking. That is as far as it goes. But it's getting better. Times are getting better. So things are coming pre-delivered already, pre-packaged for you. That is the whole essence of business content. You have certain things that are already configured for you. All you have to do is just warm it up, activate it. And it's as simple as that. You're good to go on that. So let's go back to the technical details over here again. So again, let's read it and it will make sense. It says that business content is a pre-configured set of role and task relevant information models. So when they say role and task relevant information models, in your companies, there are people who do certain things, right? They have certain roles. They have certain tasks. Maybe your task is to create a report for your manager. Or your task is to, Roxy, you're saying would that be a healthy meal though? People feed on that and they are healthy. Will it be enough for you? No. Maybe you may have to add, nutrients here and there, multivitamins to keep you going altogether. That is why I said that they make it customizable to add whatever else you need. Okay. Yes, but you buy tin tomatoes, don't you? Tin tomatoes is already made for you. You don't go buy raw tomatoes and cook it. But maybe tin tomato is not sufficient for you, so you may add raw tomatoes to it again. But tin tomatoes is healthy. It's good for you. Okay, so pre-configured set of role and task relevant information models. So the model is all, look at how they describe the information model. It says that business content is a pre-configured set of role and task relevant information models. So what they've pre-configured is not the information. They can't pre-configure data. I mean, they won't know. They won't know what data will, how your transactions are going to go. They can't know for sure that today Eva will come deposit money at Bank of America. That is data. They can't give you that. What they can give you is just a model that can load that data, hold that data if you load it in. Okay, so don't get confused around here. Pre-configured set of role and task relevant information models. So whatever model it is, if it's a cube, they've designed a cube with a role and task relevant information in it. So you'd see that the cube will have anything that makes sense. If they have a cube and they design a cube as a sales cube, anything in that sales cube will just make sense because it will have sales related information. Okay, so that is what they mean by that. So task relevant information models based on consistent metadata in the SAP Business Information Warehouse. Business content provides selected roles within a company with the information they need to carry out their tasks. Yes, so there are roles too that is pre-configured in SAP. That is a little advanced, but I'll show you when we start activating business content. This information model includes integral roles, workbooks, queries, info sources, info cubes, ODS, objects, key figures, characteristics, update rules, extractors, all this blah blah blah, and this, this you already know, so it has to come together for you. These are all models you would have done just to get to the end goal. They've created all those for you, and they've even created the end goal for you, which is your reports. Okay, and they've created rules. What rules are is you realize that sometimes, in SAP and even in businesses, only managers are supposed to see certain information. For instance, if you are a cashier at a bank, there's a limit to what you can see on the customer information. I believe, I'm not sure, but I think so. A manager may have more access to a customer information than an ordinary cashier. Okay, because there are certain things the cashier can escalate to the manager because it's beyond her jurisdiction, it's beyond her capacity, it's beyond what she can do, it's beyond her rights. So in SAP, you realize that there are certain reports that are out there. If you click it, you will not be able to see anything because it's not assigned to you. It's not, the role is not been assigned to you. It's not your role. You are not responsible for that report. So why do you want to see it? You would, if you're inquisitive and you want to see it, you click it, but you won't be able to see anything because, they've attached so much security setting to it that it's realizing that you've not been cleared. You don't have that right, that security right to access that report. Okay, it's only the manager that can see that report. So that is role-based. So when they say role, that is what it is. And we'll talk more about that. Okay, but SAP has done all that. All those things have been pre-configured for you. Okay, so going on with the reading, it says that business content can be used in particular industries without being modified. And see what it says here, particular industries, because that is the driving force for that. That was what drove the decision. You are not able to see my screen. Thank you. Why didn't you guys say that? I paused it. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Can, thank you. Guys, I'm surprised nobody said that. So this is what I'm reading. Okay, and I'm going to start again. So introduction, business content. Business content is a pre-configured set of role and task relevant information models based on consistent metadata in the SAP Business Information Warehouse. Oh, okay, you thought I was reading to you. Sorry, I actually thought I was showing it. Sorry about that. Okay, so you can see it now, right? Can you see it? Okay. Okay, so business content is a pre-configured set of role and task relevant information models based on consistent metadata in the SAP Business Information Warehouse, blah, 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 blah. We already know that. Okay, so this is the part I'm reading now. It says that business content can be used in particular industries without being modified. So when you take a sales cube, it can be good enough for Bank of America, for Chase, for Wells Fargo. Will it be good enough for a retail company? No. They may have to modify it, or they may have to go find their own pre-configured cube or pre-configured reports. Okay. It can be modified, meaning you can work with it to any degree of detail. Serve as a template or an example for customer-defined business content. So you can use that as a template to define your own and enhance it, enrichen it, make it better, whatever you want. They have that flexibility. And that kind of backtraces what I was telling you about the SAP guys and how they came up with, the SAP software and all these pre-configured things, because the pre-configured package comes with the software. if you buy it, it comes with it. It's an add-on to it, so it comes together with it. And the reason they did that is that most companies coming to them over and over with the same need, and they having to do it over and over for the same, for different people. They thought it wise to just make it standard, because most of the similarities are more. Make it standard with all the similarities, and then make it customizable where they can add on whatever the differences are they want, or tweak it to suit them. So that was, the driving force for SAP, how it is now. It wasn't like that years back. Okay, so business content in SAP BI. I'm reading the two. The two says that SAP Business Information Warehouse delivers pre-configured objects under the collective term business content. These objects speed up the implementation of the SAP Business Information Warehouse because they deliver complete solutions for business information requests. It is delivered as an add-on to SAP BW. The naming is BI Content 3.5 add-on. Again, this is an older version. Now it's 7.0 or 7.3. So business content includes everything we've talked about in class till today. Everything we have done, there is a pre-configured thing for you already. Like, how you designed your own info cubes and loaded your flat files data, you created info objects. You don't have to do all that. I mean, yeah, you need to do all that, but there is something that has already been done for you already. All you have to do is just activate them. Okay, so there is this, therefore it has already configured R3 extractor programs. And we haven't talked about programs because we haven't done ABAP. This is really for like ABAPers or all that. Data sources, and we know that all the data sources, the non-flat file data sources we've talked about, we've dealt with, we didn't create them. Okay, so they were all business content data sources. Process chains, we will talk about process chains. And this process chain is what is used to automate loads. We'll talk about that. You will usually design it, manually on the job, but they are business content process chains as well. If it meets your need, you can just activate them and use them. There are info objects that is already designed for you. You don't have to create info objects and give it a technical name, give it a description, put in the length, put in the data type, put in, all the details you would have done. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is just activate it. There are info sources, there are data targets, info cubes, ODS, multi-providers, info sets, they're all there for you. Variables, data mining models, there are even queries for you. Workbooks, crystal workbooks, web templates, roles, everything. They are all there for you, already done for you. How sweet. So let's just go through this documentation real quick. And then I'll show you. So there are versions in business content, okay? So SAP delivers business content in the delivered version. So there are three versions. There is a D version, A version, and M version. What D version is what it comes with. The delivered content comes in the D version. I think that is why they call it delivered, SAP delivered content. So there are so many ways in calling business content, okay? People choose to call it so many ways. Let me give you a few examples so you don't get confused in case I use them interchangeably. When I say standard content, business content, delivered content, or standard business delivered, all I'm referring to is the same thing. They are all business content. Okay, they use these words interchangeably. It's all pre-configured objects that SAP pre-packaged with the software. They're all the same thing, so don't get confused. And the reason they call it delivered content or delivered versions is because that is the version in which it comes with. Okay, so there, whatever is there that it comes in the delivered version. So you go to RSA 5, any data source you see is delivered version. When you activate it, it becomes the active version. Okay, so in RSA 6, you find all active versions. In BW, when you activate anything, it's active version. Modified version is when you make changes to the delivered version. So you activated a delivered version and then you modified it. It becomes a modified version. Okay, so that's all there is to it. So it says that SAP delivers the business content in the D version. That's what we've already said. Changes are saved in the M version. When you modify it, you change it, you enhance it, you tweak it, whatever, it's saved as M version. When you activate the data source, the delivered version is saved in active version, A version. Okay, all these details you don't need to know. Let me see if there's anything important I need to touch on over here. Okay, so that's good information. Enough information. So now let's go back to the system and let's see what this business content is all about. But, you know, is the foundation clear? Is everybody okay with what business content is? I mean, is everybody okay, at least to an extent, of what, when we say business content, is it okay? Is it coming together now? Okay. Great. So in BW, okay, you get into RSA 1, and there is a transaction in going to business content directly. I have forgotten because I barely use it. I can Google it up to show you, but the simplest way in going to business content, okay, when we say going to business content, we mean that going to the place where you can go activate business content, okay, is over here. You see this tab over here beneath here that says BI content? That is what takes you to BI content. So all these things, the tabs over here, you see, they take you to different places. The administration takes you somewhere else. Transport connection will take you somewhere else. Documents will take you somewhere else. Everything else, metadata, they all take you to different places. BI content is what takes you to the business content place where you can activate it. Okay, so I'm going to click it. And we'll try and install a whole data flow today for SD. Okay, so this is what the interface looks like. And you see on top, it says that data warehousing workbench, BI content. Okay, so it brings you over here, and over here, check something out. It's group things. The first thing you see over here, the left pane, okay, where it says info providers by info areas, it's grouped them into business-specific functional areas. So you have business information warehouse, computing, center management, system, country-specific component, cost application, customer relationship management. You know, it has different things. If you're interested, like if, and coming from a technical background, when you go over this areas, it's gonna confuse you. You barely find what you're looking for. You have to keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. So to make work simple for you, come over to object types over here. Click on the object types. When you click on the object types, it groups different things under their areas for you. So if you're interested in a cube, you know that this is, you just click on this cube and then you put in the technical name, or you just install whatever you're looking for. When I say install and activate, I'm talking about the same thing. They're all the same thing, okay? I may use them interchangeably. Don't get confused. So if you have it, the grouping and the object types, it groups them under the different object types. So if you're familiar with the symbols, you know that this is an info cube, this is a DSO, this is an info object transformation, and these things you should be very familiar with already. Okay, so it's easy to see this and just go to wherever you want to go and just activate them. If you have them under roles, and this is what a role is, and role is what, you know, sets your whatever pharmaceutical roles oil and gas roles, and these are the different companies, like banking roles. So there are different banking roles, right? There's an accountant in a bank. You can have an accountant. You can have an accounts payable accountant, asset accountant, branch manager. And this was what I was talking about, that a certain manager may see something that a cashier may not see. So if you assign a report to a specific role, whatever the manager's role is, or whatever your role is in the company, then you see certain things. Okay, so there are different roles in the company. We have all of them here, and remember, business content would not have everything. Business content is just put together the general stuff. There are options to create your own role. So let's say in your company, there's a role called receptionist or whatever role, and it's not here. It doesn't mean that you cannot use SAP for your business. You can customize it. You can create your own role, specific to what you want. So that is good thing. Business content is just gives you general stuff. Is it enough? Most often than not, companies barely use it. Even if they use it, they just use it as a template. Most often than not, you will customize business content. Okay. The only company I've worked for that all I did was purely business content, no customization, was a company I would just, I was just doing proof of concept to the company just to sell SAP to them. Just to, because they were previously on I think they were on Cognos, they were on a different software, and my work there was just to go sell SAP to them so they know what it is, what comes out of the box. So we just, we just implemented business content. It was good enough. It was good stepping stone for them. Okay, that's the only company I've done that it was strictly business content. All the other companies, I barely use business content. It's all customization, or a mix of business content and customization. So this is the rules, and all these are grouped into different companies, and that was why this is the reason I wanted you to tell me what you thought of business content from your own lay understanding. Okay, it's all driven by business. Different businesses doing different things, and what they want to see in their companies and all that. That is why you see different companies over here, different roles, different things over here. Healthcare roles, if you're a healthcare provider, and all that. Okay, so back to object types. You can group them under info sources, info objects, different things, but I would, rather you group them under object types. It's easier as a technical person, because if you come to use business content, you being technical, most often than not, you're just coming to install a cube, a DSO, a multi-provider, you name it. So if you can have them grouped like that, it's better for you to see. So all you do over here, we're going to do an example, okay? And we were doing sales today. We've set up logistics in ECC. So the BW part, I'm going to open another session, and we're going to install business content for, SD. Okay, so Ken is asking a question that when you are saying customize, you mean business content customized or from start? When I'm saying customize, I'm saying what I'm talking about right now is business content customized. But you can also customize from scratch, where you don't have you're not even touching business content at all. It's all your, your creation, your development, no business content at all. Ken, does that help? Does that answer your question? Okay. Okay, so we did 12IS 11, right? Let me go back to our data source. 12IS 11 VA header. I hope this is a first system and it's not here, but most likely it will be here. So let me try to find it if it's here. It's not here. That's very good for us. So Adewale, you're saying that, so this is part of the setup of a new SAP system. Your question is not clear. Can you unmute yourself and ask?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm just asking, like, let's say we're given the task and we're given a brand new SAP system, depending on what the customer or the client wants, do we have to go to BI content and model the system for them using this BI content, or we'll do everything as we've done in the past?
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry, you got me confused on your last words. Can you repeat it again?
So, like when we're setting up a new, like for example, if we're setting up a new SAP system, do we have to come here to BI content to set up like sales data, for example, like what we're doing now? Do we have to do this from the start to help set up a new system for the customer? Let's say if they're only interested in sales data or whatever, do we have to start here, or do we just grab the data like we've done in the past?
Okay. I'm not sure what you've done in the past, but when you say grab the data like you've done in the past, how did you do that?
I mean, like when we were in ECC, we I guess we started with RSA 9. We made sure everything was active in RSA 5, and then pushed from RSA 5 to RSA 6.
Okay.
Is this part of that process? As if they say, oh, you know what, we only want really standard stuff like the banking role stuff. Do we come here to set that up?
Yes. Yes. And I wish I didn't say yes so you would answer me that, but I'm going to have you answer that again. So my answer is yes, and I'm going to say something. I want you to, answer me what you think.
Okay.
So ECC is a source, right? It's a source system. That is where data resides, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. BW is a target system. That is where you want the data to go to, right?
Yes.
Okay. In BW, what do you have to do for data to be in BW? Like once you load, does it just sit in BW like in a vacuum, or it has to sit in info providers?
It sits in info providers.
It sits in info providers, right? That is why we went through Cube, development, DSOs, whatever info provider you choose. That is where data has to sit ultimately, right? So if it has to sit in info providers, that means that you either create it, or if there is one already created for you, you just install it, right? Whichever way you choose to go, you need an info provider, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So it just depends on your need, or it depends on the requirements at hand. So let's say you go on a job, and then your manager wants a sales data. Okay, you have two options. Either create a target, because trust me, if you don't have a target, you can't do reports. We've established that fact, right? Reports are built off on info provider. So without info provider, you cannot build reports. And without data sources, you can't load data into BW, right? Without transformation, there is no linkage. We've already established all those connectivity. So you know what everything we've talked about, transformations, DTP, info package, you know their functions. They all work together to get data finally to the target, right? They all help. They're part of the process. So you understand what activities you have to do to finally get data into your target, right, Adewale?
Yes.
Okay, good. So the end goal is the target. So target, you either create it, which we've already covered, which is what the cubes you guys have created, or you install one that is already pre-configured for you, which is what we are talking about today. Which way do you want to go with? It depends on the requirements. It depends on the need. It depends on what you have at hand. It totally depends on you. It's a decision making you have to make, but you have to understand what you're doing, understand the data, and understand everything. So let's say that you understand business content very well, and you know that, oh, this sales data I'm loading, or this sales data, or this report the manager wants to see, there is a cube that has info objects that matches exactly to all the fields in the data source. Okay, and that target, it's suitable enough to load that data into it. Or that cube, it's similar to something I would have manually created. So if you wanted to create it, and if you're creating, you have to look at the source of data that is coming, right, and create info objects specific to that, right? You understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
So
if you look
in
at the
business,
cube, okay, let me finish up and then tell me if that, tell me if you have more questions. So if you look in the cube that is already pre-configured and you see it and you look at, wow, this cube, if I were designing this cube manually, I would have done exactly the same thing. Because if you check the data source that you're loading data from and it has customer, you have to create an info object for customer as a placeholder. The delivered cube has customer. It has every info object you would have created manually. Tell me what would you do? Tell me what you do. Would you install it, or you would still, just want to go create one for yourself?
I'll use what's already there.
Thank you. Yes. So that is why
So
business content comes in handy. So what you do is, activities you have to do in ECC and BW, they have to be done anyway. So in ECC, you have to do it. Whatever we've talked about, it's a must do. In BW, you have the choice. If you want to go business content, you want to go what is already pre-configured, that is what we are coming to talk about today. If you want to create it, you already know how to create it.
I see. So in business, kind of, in business content now, so like if you wanted it, is there a cube already set up, for example, for data? Do they have a cube set up so that we can select?
Yes, that is what we are coming to do right now. And that is why I was looking at the data source I had over here. So this carries sales data. So we are going to do the whole flow, install everything, and you see how it looks like.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You cleared it up for me nicely.
Okay. Thanks. So Ken, you're asking, I'm not sure if you're asking, you're saying. So you're saying that maybe companies don't have ECC at all. Using other ERP system, they are using SAP.
No, actually, I was replying to Adivals because he was talking about ECC. Maybe they're not using ECC.
Okay, right. So it's good question. One thing I want to address is usually business content comes in handy only with ECC because it's SAP delivered content. ECC is SAP source system. So if you're using anything other than SAP source system, chances are whatever SAP is pre-configured will not meet that source system's data that is coming in. Because SAP, that is how they sell, right? It's just like Apple products. If you buy an Apple, what would even be a good example? An Apple phone. You can't fit a Samsung case into an Apple. You may, but the design is just like, and I think I've said this here before, probably in previous classes. It's just like, we the ladies, we will understand this more. Somebody has his phone on. Can you please mute it? Okay, we the ladies will understand this part very more. You'd realize that most companies do, the hair products, they do products together. Like if you buy a shampoo, you have to buy the same brand of conditioner, the same brand of, neutralizer or whatever. They all like 3-in-1. They all come together. I'll not see any woman. I've done that and I know people will do that. But usually, the reason companies do that is because they try to market their products. So they'll say that this goes with that. So if you buy, a shampoo from, what are the hair product companies? I've even forgotten them. If you buy a shampoo from, let's say, African Pride, Pantene, thank you. You buy a shampoo, most likely is you won't buy conditioner from another company, from African Pride. You want to buy the conditioner from Pantene. And you also want to buy the hairspray from Pantene, or buy, whatever hair product, again it is, shampoo, hair oil, whatever, all from Pantene, because you see that they all fit together. One has ingredients that, I don't know, but they all fit together some way, somehow. That is how they market their products. Okay. SAP, the reason SAP delivered business content is because it delivered it specifically to ECC. Every ERP system will have their own processes. They may be the same. The reason Oracle is different from SAP is because they are different. Do they all, give reports? Yes, they may. But are they the same? No, they are not. The way they've structured their structures, or they've even extract. I don't know Oracle so well, so I can't speak for Oracle. Okay, but I know for sure that they are not the same. That is why you'd find one company buying SAP over Oracle, because SAP to them is better. So for you to have ECC, or for you to buy BI, you know, the selling point is you have to have SAP. So let's say you have BI, you don't have ECC, and you need business content. You don't want to do everything manually. I mean, you will have to buy ECC. But ECC is the main thing. So you have ECC, right? You barely find companies having BI without having an ECC. You barely find that. They may have ECC, but they may not use it. Or they may use it, but they may have other ERP systems too, connected to BI. Okay, so when you have that, chances are you will not be able to use the pre-configured, the pre-delivered things because it wasn't made for that. And that is how they sell. Okay, if they made it in a way that any source system, you can use their business content for it, come on. That is not good for them, right? So they specifically configured it to fit ECC, to fit the data sources in ECC. Okay, and when we start doing it, you understand. Does that clarify?
Okay. Yeah. So when you install SAP BI, so the business content is the part of the BI, yes? You have to buy it extra, or it's a part of?
No, you don't buy it extra. It comes with it. If you buy BI, it comes with it. It's just an add-on that when get, you know, the business guys are installing the system, they install it all together. So it comes in standard. It comes with it. Does it make sense?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. It comes with the system. So chances are, and you know, based on when you think business content, think ECC. Because you may be able to use business content for non-SAP source systems, but chances are no. For instance, if you are loading flat file, okay, SAP will not want to know. SAP cannot know. They can't even guess what you put in your flat file. They may, but let's say you want to load your own data, you know, you have your own data sitting in flat file. There may not be a queue for you. Or there may be. You just have to look widely, but there may be. I mean, they can't guess what queue you're gonna store in a flat file. ECC they can guess because they created ECC. Okay, and all this will come together. So let's get back into the system. So we were gonna and Adewale, we're gonna do this. Okay, so we've already set up the ECC part for this, and remember that you can decide to do BW part first before you go to ECC. One doesn't have to come before the other. The only thing you need to do before you do BW is before you can have the data source in BW, you need to activate it in ECC. You have to activate it for sure. By filling the setup to an order, you can come here and do your data flow before you go fill it. But best practice is if you're in ECC, finish all the activities you need to do in ECC before you come over here. So we've already activated the 2LIS11 extractor. We filled the setup table. We've done all that. Next step in here is you have to replicate it. And remember last week I was saying that when you replicate under, you know, an area, it replicates all the data sources that are underneath it. Right? So let's say if I went over here and I went to SD. Where is SD? So this is BI. Okay, I'm under the wrong application area. So I have to be under ECC client. Okay, over here you went under SD. SD is under logistics. I think SD is right here. Okay, you went under SD and then you right click and did replicate. What happens is any data source that is active under SD will come over here. Okay, the downside to that is if you're interested in having all of them in BW, that is great news for you. The downside is if you're only interested in getting this, you don't want to get everything else in BW, you just want to get this extractor, then you don't want to do it this way. Okay. You go to RSDS to do that. We did that last week. Let me see if the data source I'm interested in. If it's I want to delete it as if it's fresh. So let me try and find it first. Bingo, it's not here, so that's good. It's not here. If you want to get it in here, you can right click here and do replicate, and that replicates everything that is underneath the SD that is active. If we just want to bring in just our data source, you go to transaction RSDS. You put in the data source name over here, and then you put in the source system, the ECC, whatever source system it is. Our ECC source system is this one. You go on top over here and then do replicate data source. And it just replicates just that data source for you. Okay, so replication is done. You go back into RSA1 to find it. And then I'm going to find it again. 2LIS underscore. I actually have it in copy. So there we go. Here it is. Okay, this may have been there already because usually it will not come with info package. I'm going to delete it totally because when it comes in, when you replicate it, it will not come in active. For you showing active, it probably went somewhere and I forced it back. So I'm going to delete it so it's not there at all. And I say yes. Okay, I cannot. When I searched before, I had a period at the end. That is why I didn't find it. Yes, Ikea, that is so right. Thank you. I cannot make changes with this user. I'm going to go out and just get back in with a different user and we'll delete it as if it never existed, and we'll take it on from there. What was the user I used? I forgot. Let's see, what did I use for ECC?
It's group A and...
No, this is a different system.
Okay.
Okay, let's see over here. Okay, let me just do this. I think I might have created group A and then no. Okay, let me create another user right now. I'm gonna do group A. Company, what company did you even put? Okay. Fill in all required. I can't fill in all these. It's too much work. Okay, let's see how many users we have here. Maybe I'll choose another one. Yes, this should do. then display, log on data. Log on data schedule. Password, okay, so I have to unlock it first. So unlock and then reset password. Let me do 4.2.456. Okay, I have to re-log in again. There we go. Okay, so let me find it without a period. Yeah, so this was already, I'm on the info of this. The data sources. Okay, so this is it right here. We're going to delete it. Yes. We want to delete it with all the dependent objects. It's going to delete the info package as well. Okay, so it's totally gone. It says deleted. Let's try to find it. It's not here. Okay, so you don't have the extractor here, and usually if it's delivered version and you were the first person to activate it in ECC, it will not be in BW. And to replicate it, it will not be in BW. So you want to replicate it, and I'm going to go through the whole drill. You can choose to replicate it from here. It brings everything else that is active under SD, or you can do the the RSDS approach. You've already done RSDS, so I'm just going to do this one, and it's going to bring in everything. So once you're done with ECC, you replicate the data source in here. And that was the pointer I think I did, and then I deleted it. But let me add the pointers over here. So after the activities in ECC, log into BW and do these. And doing this when using business content. So this is specifically to business content, okay? If you want to create your own cubes, if you are doing customization, then this will not apply. I mean, not all of them will apply. Replication will apply either way if you're creating your own stuff. Okay, so any data source that is standard, you replicate it before you show it in BW. If it's flat files, you don't have to. So one is replicate data source in BW. Okay, and that is what we've just done. So over here, when you're replicating, it would ask you, what version do you want to replicate it as data source RSDS. RSDS is the current version, which is a 7.0 version. 3X is the older version. So you can do 3X, which is the older version, prior to whatever. And business content, anytime you install business content, by default, it comes in 3X version for you. You have to migrate it into 7.0. Now they are changing that. SAP is refining. They keep refining. Oh, my battery is running low. They keep refining their software, and that is why, unfortunately, when you're in IT, you cannot be stagnant because technology keeps changing. It keeps, upgrading. It keeps getting better. Likewise, you, the individual, too, you have to keep getting better and keep, getting upgraded. So they keep adding new enhancement packages to enhance certain functionalities and all that. Now, some data sources come in and 7.0 directly for you. You don't have to do any migration. But we are going to do, the whole migration thing so you see. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, so I am just gonna do, I'm gonna install it as, I will install it as 3x, and the reason I'm doing 3x so we can know how the migration process works. Okay, you can do 7.0 directly if business content is already in 7.0, but I'm just gonna do 3x. So you see what it's doing? It's asking me for everything that is underneath SD. It's transferring everything. So if you read over here, it keeps changing the extractors. Even all the generic extractors you've created on the SD is going to pull all of them in. Meanwhile, you're not interested in all of them. And this, if you have so many of them, they all come in. It's too much work. If I did RSDS, and you remember that anytime I do a RSDS, it's as simple as just that. And it's done. But here, it's pulling everything else in. And I'm choosing RSDS for the other one because I don't care. The only thing I did 3x is the data source we have in question. Yes, if you do the following, when I'll keep hitting, and I kept hitting continue. And what that means that, okay, you want that data source, whatever data source is spells out here on top here, it means that you're replicating it in RSDS. If you want to switch it to 3, you have to keep switching for each and every one of them. But I think when you switch, it goes back to RSDS. So it's taking a while because it's transferring so many things. How do you know a data source is in 3x version or it's in 7.0 version? The difference is this checkbox, you see, this little box by the data source. When you see that little box, that means that it's in 3x. When it doesn't have any box, it's in 7.0. You see this over here, it doesn't have any box. So this is 7.0, it's not 3x. This shipping point has this box and everything else on top of it has the box by it. That means that it's in 3x. It's in the older version. Okay, so now let's find our extractor. I replicated it in 3x, so I'm expecting to see the checkbox. And it's right, the checkbox is there. Okay, so when you replicate, it's not active. You have to activate it. You see it says modified. It ain't coming active. So how do you make it active? You have to activate it. You can do activate, change, and activate, and then it will take you to business content. So see what's going to happen. When I do this, it's going to take me into business content to install it because it is business content. Okay, so even though you've activated it in ECC, don't get confused. When you're replicating it, you're just replicating the metadata. Replication does not activate it in BW. BW also has to have it active, right? So you need to manually activate it in BW as well. So you can do this. I'm doing this to show you where it's going to take me to, but I'm going to exit out and I'm going to go find a cube that is related to this data source, and I'll show you how to find that, and then install the entire data flow from top down all the way to the data source. If I'm even interested in DTPs and info packages, they are all pre-delivered. I can install all of them. Any questions while this is running? And on Evans's PowerPoint slide, let me see if he does have business content. Okay, let me see if it's done. Okay, so it brought me over here to business content. We're already familiar with the interface, right? It says on top BI content. So it brings you over here, and you'd realize that anything that is active, it will show green under the A column. A means active version, so it shows green. If it's green, that means that it's already active. If it doesn't show green, that means that it is not active. It's the delivered version. Okay, delivered versions. The other way to tell is if it does not have green, or it comes in automatically checked for you. If it comes in automatically checked like this over here and it's grayed out, that means that it has not been installed. It's not active. That is why I suggest that it's marked it for you to activate it. All right, so I'm gonna go out, and we will come back. I'm not activating it here yet. You can just activate it here, and then later go do the cubes and activate all the individual pieces. But I want to activate, the entire flow in one shot. So how do you know? When people get confused to this day, most people that are working for years, they still don't get it all. People get confused. Okay, I have a standard data source. How do I know its corresponding info cube or its corresponding data flow? Okay, it's as easy as going into business content to find that. There are so many ways in doing that. You can do metadata repository. A metadata repository, I think they changed it in 7.3 a little bit. But metadata repository is one way to doing it. The other way is to go online. Are you all very familiar with the SAP site? It's help.sap.com. So when you go over there, okay, and you go through NetWeaver, and they keep changing this. You have to keep coming here all the time to remember where they keep putting stuff. And then you go under BI content. If anybody says BI content, let me know. Okay, let me do NetWeaver 7.0.
SAP NetWeaver Business Warehouse.
Where was that?
On the left. On the heading. Yeah? Go up.
Left.
Yeah, here. Up. Go more up.
Here?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Maybe
and then you come to BI content. Okay. When you come to BI content, you can choose whatever version. Your version, let me show you what version you're on. How to tell what version you're applying, your company. Because you can have 7.0 environment and the versions will be totally, so you come over here and then you do, where do you even go to? I think manage source system. No, not manage source system. You come under settings. Go to system. You go under system and then you come to status. when it comes to status, this is your version, component version. It's 7.3. Okay, so that is the version you know you are on. And then if you even click on it, it will even give you the enhancement pack. So you're on 7.3 and the support pack 05. So over here, you want to choose the 5. 7.3.5. 7.3.5 is now here. We are ahead of SAP. So I'm just going to choose 7.3.4. And then do English. If you want to choose Spanish, you can choose Spanish. Okay, so over here, you extend here. The under BI content, you extend it. And then when you get underneath it, wherever you want to go, you go. So we're interested in SD, right? So I want to go under SD. SD is going to be under, and they keep making this things complex and complex. They keep changing it. SD is going to be under, is it customer relationship management? Or it's going to be under supply. Let me check supply chain. I think it's going to be under supply chain. So under supply chain, I have order fulfillment. Another word for, SD is, sometimes they call it order fulfillment. So under order fulfillment, we were interested in data. Our data source was what we're on, right? So let me see the data source over here. Over here, when I click this, it's the, where is the name of the data source? It's the 2LIS 11 VASTH. That's not what we needed. We were doing the 11 header. I only showed 3 of them over here. It's not here. Yeah, we're doing the header. It's not under order fulfillment. They keep moving this. So I'm going to go back. It's under, I think, let me do CRM. I'm going to go back to CRM, Customer Relationship Management. And I'm going to do, is this sales analysis? Let's see sales analysis. And info source and data sources are usually the same thing. Okay, it's not CRM. Supply chain again. Let's see what I see right here. I have manufacturing, inventory management, purchasing, sales and operations. No, it's not sales and operation. Logistics invoice. No. Okay. I don't remember where they put it. It used to be on the supply chain. You find it, but I'm not showing it. So I'm just going to type the data source directly over here. Okay, 2LIS underscore 11 underscore VA header. Okay, so it pulled up information on it, so you can read on the information, and it may give you, the whole flow. Let me click and click any of them. So it says that this, and actually, yes, it brought me to the whole flow. So it's under Enterprise Sales and Distribution. They changed the name to Enterprise Sales and Distribution. It used to be just Sales and Distribution. That was why I didn't find it. Okay, so this is it. It gives information on it. Is it Delta capable? Yes, it's Delta capable, blah, blah, blah. The fields in them. The table of origin. You see table of origin I keep mentioning? The table of origin is VBAC. It gives you the name. It gives you the fields in the table and everything. Okay, so we know that. If you want to, so over here, document header, I want to see the whole flow. So I'm going to go under info cubes and see if there's any cube for that. So the info cubes over here, I'm going to do sales overview. So SD, let's see what data sources feed into that. So 0SD underscore C03 is the name of the info cube, the technical name. Where does it pick data up from? It picks data from order, delivery, and invoice. And VA header is orders. Okay, so it will give you the data source names. This is just the data model. So it tells you the fields in the info cube. All the info objects they designed the info cube with. And if you look at all the info objects, you see that they are all sales related. you know, subtotal, pricing process, you know, sold to party, ship to party. You will not see sold to party in an inventory cube, because inventory, they would rather want to see stocks and stock movements, you know. So all the info objects you see over here are SD related, and you know, it's pre-packaged. They knew what fields to put in the info cube, because as far as business standpoint, it makes sense. Business partner, bill to party, and everything, they put it all in the cube. So this is the definition of a cube. So the whole data flow, this is saying that it picks from is orders, invoices, and deliveries. So let's see. Okay, so if it does, this can also feed into that. So we're going to take this cube and install this, the sales overview cube. Okay, because we see the information that it can pick up from that data source as well. And I'm going to be giving you assignments. Okay, when I give you assignments, I need you to come to this website, help.sap.com, and get familiar with where things are. Okay, so when I give you an assignment, I tell that go and install a query. So you come over here, you pick any query name. If you want a query that a report that gives billing documents or deliveries, or you want to see your delivery delays per sales area, whatever, what shipments are, you know, delaying. Let's say somebody, you know, you ordered for something, it's supposed to get in today and it's still not in, and you're calling your wherever you ordered from and bagging them there, you know, your stuff is still not been delivered, and they want to track what happened to your delivery and see whatever is going on. They can use this report to see the delivery delays. Why is it delaying, you know, and all that per sold to party. So you want the sold to party. So this is the report. Okay, so when you see the report, it'll give you the name of the report, and then it gives you the underlining cube for it. So if you're interested in this report, you know for sure that you have to go install this cube and then install the query on top of it. So when I give you a query name, you come and find the query name or the name of the report, and then you should know that this is the cube underneath it. And when you have this cube name, you would, from business content, when we do that, you will know how to get the entire data flow that connects to this cube. Okay. So you have all these over here. If you've already talked about, you've done queries, so you know what free characteristics are. The objects they grouped under free characteristics and everything. So this is just the technical details. It's more like documentation. When you go and install and view the query, you'd see that it's exactly like what it says over here. Okay, so that was by the way. So we're gonna go. So I found the cube name. Okay, it's SD0SD_C03, the sales overview cube. This data source, amongst other ones, feed into that. So I'm going to go into BI content because you want to go install the whole flow. So you go under BI content, and when you come over here, there are two things you can do. You can either go straight, you can do top down or bottom up. You know, I want to do the bottom up first before I do the top down. Assuming that I didn't find the info cube I'm looking for. Okay. I didn't find the info cube I was looking for, or I didn't even know that I had to go to help.sap to find it. And you just want to install anything that is connected to that data source. This is what you do. Before you even go find the data source, and to find the data source, you go under here to find the data source. Okay, before I go there to find it, I want to do the grouping first. So over here, there's something called grouping. And I need you to pay attention over here very carefully. Under grouping, there are three options, actually four. The first option says only necessary objects. Only necessary objects, what that means is that whatever you are trying to install, it will install only the necessary objects that object needs to survive. Okay, so you know that you cannot create an info cube without an info object. You need info objects to design an info cube. So info objects will be the necessary objects for an info cube. Do you need a transformation to create an info cube? No. So transformation is not a necessary object for an info cube to survive. Okay, so only necessary objects means that all the dependencies that that thing you're trying to install needs to survive. So if you are creating it manually, what would you need? What is it dependent on? It activates the dependencies, only the dependencies for you. In data flow before, when you choose in data flow before, what it means is that anything that comes before that thing you're trying to install. So when you're trying to install a data source, you know that an info cube is on top of a data source, right? An info cube is not before a data source. So if you do in data flow before, you will not see an info cube. You will not see transformation because they are all on top of the data source. What you may see underneath data source will probably be an info package or transfer rules or anything else, or info objects to our dependencies. So they will come with it. It comes with the dependencies and then everything before it. If you do in data flow afterwards, anything that comes, and I needed to picture your data flow because you all know, you should know what a data flow is by now. Data flow is picturing your whole flow from a cube all the way down. So from cube, you have transformation, and then you have data source, and then you have info package. If you have a complex data flow, you have DSOs between, then you have an info cube, a transformation, a DSO, another transformation, and then a data source, and then an info package, and then your DTPs. That is a complete data flow. So you know what comes before what. Okay, so I need you to picture that whilst I'm explaining. If you do in data flow afterwards, that means that anything that comes after whatever you're trying to install. So the starting point is whatever you're trying to install. If you're trying to install a cube, anything that comes after a cube will probably be your queries or your multi-provider or whatever info provider is connected on top of that cube. Okay, you will not find a data source after an info cube. Data source will be before a cube as far as the data flow is concerned. Okay, so you need to understand data flow, you need to understand what these do, and you know which option to choose depending on what you need. If you choose in data flow before and after, it installs everything for you, everything before that thing and everything after it. So your reference point is the thing you're trying to install. If it's a cube, everything before the cube, everything after the cube. In data flow after, if it's a cube you're trying to install, it's going to be everything that is after the cube and everything that is after it is what it installs for you. If you're trying to do in data flow before and your reference point is a cube is what you're trying to install. What it does for you is that it will not create queries because queries will not come before an info cube. They come after it. So if you're interested in queries and you go choose before, you will not have your queries. Okay, so in data flow before will give you the whole connectivity up to the info cube from start to the info cube. Only necessary objects just installs the basic dependencies for you. Okay, so having said that, we want to have the whole data flow. The whole data flow for the data source, and data source is our reference point. So I'm going to choose in data flow afterwards. If I choose before and after, it's going to pull too many things for me. I don't care for the before because before there's really nothing before, a data source. Or just for the sake of it, let me just choose in data flow before and after. When you choose this option, you know that you're going to cover everything. It takes time because it pulls more objects for you. So if you don't need this option, you don't need to choose it. Okay, else it will take forever to finish. I'm just going to choose that because I want everything that is before and after the data source to be installed for me. And I want to have the option to install them. So I'm going to choose that. So I set my grouping before I was even going to choose the data source. You can choose to choose the data source and then regroup it. It also takes time, but I want to set it before I go pull it in. So in activating the data source, you double click on select objects. And then it brings you over here where you have all data sources. You can't look through everything. If you want to look through, you can. But I will want to find it. So I do a find. And then I do the 2LIS_11_ VA header. It says no hits found. And you can see this a lot. The reason it's not saying no, the reason it says no hits found is because I'm probably not even starting from, the main location. So sometimes when you don't find it over here, it's okay. It's either you're not doing something right or the data source is in 3x. And I remember I replicated it in 3x. Right? It doesn't have a checkbox. So it's 7, this is 7.0. So you want to go under 3x to find it. To go under 3x, you can come over here to 3x types. And then under 3x types, you can do info source. Info source is no longer required in 7.0. It's not a requirement. It's not a must. You can have it as an option. Okay, in 3x, it was a requirement. You needed it. And info source and data source are the same thing. They have the same technical name. So when you find it under info source tree, you can find it over here. So I'm going to double click on that. And I'm going to find it. 2LIS underscore VA underscore HDR. Sorry, underscore header. 2LIS underscore 11 underscore VA HDR. And there we go. It's right here. Okay, if I had replicated it in 7.0, the first place I went to, I would have seen it. Okay, it's not finding anything that is 7.0 related in that data source structures. So I'm going to activate it from here. You just double click it and then you just do transfer. And it's going to transfer it into the right pane for you. So first of all, before you activate standard content, you have to find it, select on it, select it, and then activate it. Okay. Okay. So it's transferring. Once it's done transferring, you do that. Now remember that the transferring does not mean that you're activating it. It's another step you have to do. And it's taking forever because of the grouping I put at. It's transferring everything before and everything after. And you remember that you can have one data source feeding to several data targets. It is possible. So it's going to transfer everything that is after the data source. If it has 5 cubes on top of it, it's going to pull all of them. And you can choose whichever one you want to activate. You don't have to activate all the 5. So putting over there is a lot of options. So, what people would do is they would rather find the cube, and then most likely you would know the cube name. If it's SD, and every cube has different things in them. So every cube will provide different reports or different fields. So depending on whatever cube suits your need or meets your reporting need, you can go to help.sap and find whatever fields are in there. And if it makes sense for you to use, you use that, or knowing which data feeds that or which data source feeds that, you come straight to the cube in data flow before, and then you just activate it, and it activates everything all the way. I'm doing this because I'm just taking the bottom-up approach. We can do the top-down approach, and I think that is even faster because you've already set it to one cube. This is going to pull all the cubes on top of it. Any questions? I can take questions whilst this is running. When would you need just a before data flow?
So,
when you will need the before data flow is when it depends on what you're installing. But let's say it's a cube and you want data flow before. That means that you're not interested in queries. You don't care for anything that is on top of it. Okay, so if you have a data source and you want in data flow before, that means that you're not interested in seeing anything above it. So if there's a cube on top of it, you will not get a cube. So understanding your data flow and knowing what objects are before a certain object will understand, will make you know when to choose before data flow. Okay, does that make sense? Or I should take it again. A little, okay. Let me try again. So let's go over here. I don't have another session open. And this is taking forever. Let me just open another session. You may not have any objects in this system. I'm not sure, but I'll see. So let's come over here to Info Provider. So you see this Clicks Demo Cube, right? If you're interested in installing a data source and you go put the data source and you put a group into in data flow before, the only thing you're going to get is an info package and the data source because they come before the data source. If you do in data flow after, you're going to get the data source itself, the transformation, and the cube because they come on top of it. They come after it. If you do in data flow before and after, you're going to get everything from info package to the cube. This is a whole complete data flow. Data flow means that this is from top down, blah, 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 all the way down. Okay, does that help? Okay, and to even make it better, I'm going to right click this and do display data flow. Okay, this option over here. And then we'll see the data flow. So I want to display it on downwards approach. You can do up, down, upwards and down, but I just want downwards. So this is the flow. It's a flat file load. So from the flat file, and this is the source system. This is a data source transformation cube. This is a very simple data flow. If you're interested if let's say this was a standard cube and you're interested in installing the cube and you want to install the whole flow, okay, this is what the options do. If you choose only necessary object, what it's going to install for you is just the info cube, and that's all. You won't get the whole flow. That means that you don't have any connectivity. You can't load data because there is no connection. If you choose data flow before, it installs everything that is before. So it installs the whole flow, the transformation, and the data source for you. If you go back and choose in data flow after, you will not get the connect. You won't get info source. You will not get the transformation and data source. All you get is a cube and the queries on top of it, or anything that is on top of the cube. If it's a multi-provider, it will pull the multi-provider and the queries for you. If you choose in data flow before and after, it's going to install the whole 9 yards, everything all the way to the queries for you. Okay. All right. So let's see if our this is done transferring. It's still transferring. Okay. So I can take more questions whilst it's still transferring. Any other questions? Any confusions? Okay, nice. That means you're getting it. Yes.
Now,
yes, Ken.
Okay. So when you activate this, when you activate the data source here, so now it's going to also activate the corresponding info cube there we were looking in the
Yes.
help.sap.com?
Yes. If it's connected to it, it will transfer it for you to activate. If you do not, you have the option to activate that or not. Yes.
Okay.
So if you activate it, then it will be active in the system. If you don't, then it will not be. Okay. So remember I was saying that
when we do
yes,
check data flow, when we check data flow, so it means that it will tell us the corresponding whatever info cube or DSO for any data source.
Yes. Yes, and I'll show you. So after it's done transferring, you would see how many cubes, how many DS. So you see what, because the option I chose is in data flow before and after. So you will see everything that is before and everything that is after. It will pull everything for you, so you would see that. Okay. So it's done transferring. It's done transferring. So if you want to see everything that is and whatever it transferred, and remember our grouping was on in data flow before and after. I did not activate this thing, so for it to show green, it used to be active, yes, before I deleted it. That's why it's showing that. Or I probably activated it again, but we'll see. So if you want to see everything that I pulled, that I transferred, you can keep expanding, and the list goes on and on. But I am gonna do, if you want to see everything, graphically in something that you can easily see under groupings, you can do display and do display list, and it will display it in a list form very nicely for you, where you can easily see that cubes are under here, DSs under this, and all that. They collected a whole lot of stuff. Okay, so you see so many things we transferred, a whole lot, because we chose everything, the whole 9 yard. Okay, so over here, and there's the grouping I was saying that when you do display list, it's easier for you to see. So if you wanted to see the cubes underneath, on top of it, all these cubes are connected to the data source. The data source provides data to all these cubes. And you see that this is the cube we found on help.sap, the sales overview cube, 0SD_C03. It's active. And remember that when anything is active in the system, it will come green, and then it will not come in checked over here for you. It won't be. It will be empty because it's already, if it comes already checked for you, that means that it is not active. So you should not see greens over here. Okay. If you see greens over here and it comes checked, sometimes it means that you need to merge it. This M version match. That means that, it's active and it's in another modified version or whatever. So if you want to merge the two into one, you can check the second box to match it. And you can read more on that. Okay, so just know that if it comes in check for you, it's not active. That means that it's thinking for you that, okay, you may want to activate, because anything, if you don't check anything, if you don't check the checkbox and you click install, it will not activate. Okay, so it checked it for you so that it will automatically activate. If you don't want it, let's say we don't want any of these, you can just stand on the info cube and do not install any below, and it will uncheck all of them. You see that? And you unchecked all of them. Now, if you want to check individual, sometimes if it's not grayed out, usually it will not be grayed out, but if it's grayed out, what you do is, let's say we just want to install C05 for Office. Okay, so sometimes the cube will give you a description of what it does. This cube is for Office. This cube does service level, other quantities. This cube does is a marketing cube. They are chargebacks. You know, this is for customers. Payment history. If you wanted to see customer payment history, that data source also feeds this cube. Okay, so it does so many things. There is sales orders, activities, opportunities, time and labor, inventory valuation. So many cubes doing different things. Okay, because they don't just pick up from just this data source. They also pick up from different places. So let's say we are just interested in installing this one, 0SD and that was C05 because it's not in the system. So I don't want to install anything. The only thing I want to install is just that. So I'll just right click, stand on it, do right click and do install all below. And it just installs just that cube for you. That means that if you check it, that means that that is what you want to install and nothing else. Okay. So it does that. And then you're done with the cubes. That's the only cube you want out of all these. You expand. Do you want any queries? If you don't want any queries, uncheck all of them. Because by default, anything that is not active in the system will come automatically checked for you. Okay, thinking that you need to install it. But if you don't need it, let's say we need one of them. So let me just uncheck all of them. Do not install any below. And let's just install one query so we can view the report when we are done. So we want to, let me see a report that makes sense. So billing documents, DMB, customer revenue analysis, fulfillment rate, sales order and sales revenue values, overview, free documents, returns per business partner. It sounds like a good report I want to see. I want to see the returns my customers are bringing in. They buy something. I want to see the returns they bring in all the time. So this sounds like a good report. Let me see. Decrease in sales. This also looks like a very good report the manager want to see. Sales volume decrease per business partner. You want to see, your customer, how if she's keeping up or she's, you're losing her, you're losing your customer or whatever. You want to track the person's sales. You want to track your top 10 materials based on incoming orders, whatever. Let's just choose this. What was the first one? Returns per business partners. I want to install just this query. So I do install because that's all I want. Okay, so I just choose that. And then in info objects, and this is where it gets tricky. Since it gives you all info objects that all the cubes we saw are dependent on, all these cubes are dependent. If you pull up all the info objects, they are dependent. Since you don't know which info objects pertains to which one, if you pick and choose, it's possible that the cube you've chosen, you might have left something that it depends on. So to be safe, I will install everything under info objects, except for sure. And you will not typically do this approach, right? I did it because I wanted to do top-down everything. Usually, you just have one cube all the way down. So you find the cube first and then do in-data flow before. When you do that, any info object that will show will just be for that cube. So you will just install those. Okay, I have a question over here. So Ken is asking that what was every query you select corresponding info cube or other info provider need to be selected to install? Very good question, Ken. Very, very good question. Very good question. So what Ken is saying is, and Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what I'm getting from you is, over here, there are so many queues, right? And there are so many queries it's showing. How do you know that the query I've chosen is actually being fed from the cube I've selected? It could be coming from any of the cubes. So that's a very good question. And that again, that actually battles my point that if you do this, you'll be so screwed up. Unless you know I can do this and I'll be okay, because I'll probably know what cube and what queries, what cube the query depends on from experience. It will be okay to do that if you know what you're doing. But if you don't know and you just do guesswork, you may have a query, but the cube you may have chosen will not be the cube that fits the query. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Typically, when you're doing business content, it will be a cube or two cubes you know for sure that, is your driving force, and then you trickle down. So when you have a cube and you do in data flow after, whatever query shows up, you will know for sure that that cube is what fits those queries. Unfortunately, we have too many cubes already, so I won't know. Okay, I'm just doing guesswork. I won't know that this is what fits that query. But from experience, I can tell you that yes, it does. Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure if that answered your question. Did that answer your question?
Actually, because in the InfoCube, you selected C05 InfoCube.
Yes.
And in the query, because you're selecting, because in the query, you can also see the name of the InfoCube. It's C03 or C05.
Thank you. Yes, you see that. You see that. That is actually very good. So this is C03. Very good catch, Ken. Very good catch. Yes. So usually the query name, and that's how SAP does the technical names. They will give the name of the cube that query, feeds from, and then give, extra names to it. So yes, when you see 0SD0, that means that this is the cube that feeds there. Okay. Doesn't mean that you can have C05, right, and then copy this query on top of C05. You can do that and you'll be okay. But, since this is purely this, let's just go by the cube name. Okay. So, yes, this is another way to know what cube fits what query. It's a technical name. Thanks, Ken. That's a very good catch. So, it's C03. So, let's go back and choose C03 so we don't do guesswork. I don't want C03 because it's already active. I want C05. So, let me choose a query that has C05. Okay, so the C05, we have quotation tracking. So somebody calls, how you call, car insurance companies for quotes. So if you want to check quotes that you've given, if you're a car insurance company, this query will be very good for you. So you see what SAP is so intelligent because they want to sell. They've seen how companies do things and they've seen the reports that companies want to see. So they've proposed queries like that already pre-packaged for you. If it's not sufficient, there's always the option to customize and enhance it. 605, customer related quotations. Looks like 605 is all quotations related. Expected incoming orders based on open quotations. Okay, let me just choose this query. So install all below and then it just checks that for you. Thanks, Ken. Thanks again. That was very good. Okay, so over here again, unfortunately, you will not know the cube name attached to info object. So if you're not sure, just select everything. But trust me, don't go selecting everything when you're doing real life work. You don't want to have so many things installed that you're not going to use. It doesn't show, professionalism at all, because before you do anything, you have to know what you're doing. So you choose the info object, you choose, and you know that if you want a whole data flow, you have to have all of these. How do I know which info source, which communication structure is to that? It will give me the name. So that's it. VA header is checked. So that's all I'm going to care about. Yeah, data source. Yes.
When I read about this LO cockpit, I see communication structures. Is it 3.0 or is it 7.3 also?
Communication structure is 3.5. Is it in 7.0? Yes. It is not there as a requirement. So in 3.5, this was a flow, data flow. The data flow, and it was, standard. You don't have any other way. It was data source, and data source is represented by transfer structure. Data source comes with a transfer structure and transfer rules. Think of it as this way. You have source and target, right? You have a girl and a boy, or a man and a woman. You want to marry them. They want to marry. What usually happens, and this may not apply to you because you're from Asia, but in Africa, what happens is you'd have representative from each family go to talk, because there has to be communication, right, for the marriage to happen. So think of, so there is a data source, there is a cube, there is a source, there is a target, there is a man, there is a woman. Let's say the woman is the target, the man is the source. They have to come together in marriage. They have to, link up. You have to link up your data source to your cube. Okay, so in 3x, this was the flow. And I'm going to relate it to the man-woman thing. So a representation of the man is, let's say, the man's father or the man's uncle. And the representation of the woman is the woman's mom or the woman's auntie. Okay, whoever the elder person is. And, so the data source representative is the transfer structure. Okay, the target representative is the communication structure. Okay, a communication structure is related to an info source, because you'd see that the flow is like this: data source, transfer structure, communication structure, info source, and the target. And what links them up is transfer rules and update rules. So right now in 7.0, they got rid of the transfer rules and update rules, and they fused it together to what we have now as transformations. So you realize that in 7.0 right now, the data flow is just data source, transformation, data target. That's the simple data flow. And then you can have your info packages and the DTPs to do the loads. But the typical data flow is data source, transformation, your data target. In 7.0, it was data source. In the data source is the transfer structure, which is its representative. And then it links up via the transfer rules into the communication structure, which is a representation of the info source or the communication structure. So in the info source is a communication structure, and they together represent the target. And how they map is via the update rules. So the update rules and the transfer rules, that's the linking. So the 3x was more complex. You see, it has too many pieces to it. That is why, because I have the data source in 3x, it's bringing in all these communication structure, transfer rules. You see transfer structure, and you see info source, you see communication and all that. Like, it's typical 3x flow. 7.0 doesn't deal with all that. Are they there? Yes. In 7.0 environment, you can still choose to have a 3x flow. And until recently, majority of the standard contents data flows are always in 3x. Now in 7.0, SAP is enhancing some of them. So some of them already come in 7.0 flow for you, where you don't have to do any migration. But I think still a good number of them will still be in 3x for you. You have to migrate it to 7.0. People can get very confused with this 3x and 7.0, and let me take my time and explain over again for interview's sake. Okay, so when we say 3x, there used to be an SAP system. When I'm saying SAP system, the whole software, the whole system, it wasn't a 3x version. Where the way you see the interface right now, when you do RSA1, the interface will look very different from what you're seeing right now. Okay, that whole version was called 3x. Now in a 7.0 system environment, you can have a data flow in 3x. It doesn't mean that the system itself is 3x version. It is just the data flow. So when we say in 7.0, business content version comes in 3x, all we are talking about is the data flow, not the system itself, because the environment itself is still 7.0. And don't worry if you're confused. You'll get it later. Okay, I know people mistaking that a lot, and they mess up in interviews because they think one is the other, and it's actually not. Okay, so if we haven't talked about transfer rules and all that, it was 3X version. Okay, we're not going to use it. We'll migrate everything to 7.0. We just need to install them. So you want to click communication structure is there. It's already done for you. And you realize that when I do 7.0, you will not see communication structure in all these. It will not. Because I replicated in 3X, we're seeing all of these. Okay, do we want to install data source? Yes. Where is the data source? And it will not show here, I think, because it's saying it's already active. If anybody sees 2LIS, let me know. It's not showing it, that's fine. We'll show under info sources. So under info sources, the info source is active. And the reason it's showing active because it's the info source. The data source is not active because we didn't activate it. We want to activate it over here. So you can check it again if you want to overwrite whatever is active already. You can check it again and do that. But anyway, the reason I'm here, let's not wait too much time over here. There's too much stuff here I need to deal with. I don't want us to waste time, but it pulled everything here because you did in data flow before and after. So it pulled your workbooks, your everything before and after for you. Whatever you are interested in installing, you have to check them. Once you're done checking them, you come over here and do install. Okay, you can do install. When you do install, it's just like I explained with logistics. Install it up front for you. When you do install in background, it installs it in the background for you, and you can go do other stuff as well. Okay, so we can do either or. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go back to the top-down approach. Okay, how do I go back to the top-down approach? I'm going to choose this cube because I know it's not active. The C05, and we're just going to do that. So before I do that, I'm going to go back into modeling and come back into BI. Sometimes it's faster that way than trying to take everything out. Okay, so I just want to do in data flow before, because we've identified our cube. We just want to install cube and everything before it. Okay, we don't care for the queries. So it's over there. So I'm going to go on the cube, double click it, and don't come on the cube looking for data source. Okay, that is why they grouped it for you. So I'm going to put a cube name over here, and then I'm going to transfer it. I'm going to highlight it and then do transfer. And before it transfers, I'm going to go back into RSA1 and let you know, see that it was not here. Okay, so that you know that for sure it was not here. We installed it. So I just tried finding it, didn't pull anything up because it's not here. It's not physically activated. Even though it's business content and it's pre-delivered, you see that it was not in RSA1 for you to use, right? That is why the activation part is very necessary. You have to activate it before you can use it. So Ikea is saying that since help.sap said BI corresponding cube to this is that, why do we use it? It didn't say that that was the only one. It did not. Remember that I went to the cube and it said that it picks up data from orders, from billing, and from invoice. And I know from experience that orders is 11 amongst other things. There are so many extractions under 11. Anything at 11 is order related. There are so many data sources. So it's saying that this cube also picks up from 11 as well as other stuff. It didn't say that this 11 is from that. And the fact that this data source feeds C03, it doesn't mean that it does not feed C05. Remember when I went to the to install a data source, and I did in data flow before and after, I was saying that anything that comes after the data source that is connected to the data source, that is on top of the data source, it will show up. So when I did that, C05 showed up. So that tells me that that data source is connected to that cube too. You can have one data source connecting to 20 cubes. It's very, very possible. Each cube will do different things, but that data source feeds to all of them. Ikea, does that answer you? No, it wasn't just the only one, and I can go back over there and show you. So over here, what I did was I went to cubes. I went to info cubes. And then I did sales overview. So I stood on just one cube. Okay, and then the cube information was telling me that it loads from orders, from deliveries, and invoices. Remember that just in orders, there are so many data sources in orders. The 11 header is one of them. It's just one of them. If I go to C05, I don't even know if I will show it over here because now SAP is grouped them under so many things. What was the name of C05? Let's see. Does anybody remember the name of the C05 cube? Was it customer? Customer is C01. Quotations. It was quotations. C05, yes. So if you come over here, it would also tell you that it feeds from that data source as well. So it says that you can also calculate. You can also calculate. So it just gives information. This cube enables you to view general figures for quotations, including number of quotations created, all that blah blah blah, and all orders that result from quotations. So orders that result from quotations. So I know it's from orders. And then these data sources, you see, these info sources, they are all old names. Okay, they've been replaced by new names. So it's most likely this name over here, and this actually this. And I'll show you that this is actually the 11 header. Sales order. And it's good this is Canva because you see this on the job too. So SAP keeps changing names. It used to be called 2LIS underscore 01 underscore S260. Now it's 2LIS underscore 11. How do you know that this is old? Any data source, and when you start working, any data source you see that has S, just know that it's an old one. It's been replaced. How do you find its replacement? I'm going to Google it up. And thank God for Google, man. We do a lot of, Google helps us a lot on the job. So you do Google over here, and you can type SAP, and then you type in the data source that is said, and then do replacement. So this data source replacement. So data source replacement, you can read any of them, and it will show you. So over here, it says that you will see the header over here. Okay, this it says that hi, your data sources are old. They are there just for backward compatibility users. Try the new data sources. So the new data sources is this VA header item and this the way they've been replaced by that. Okay, so if SAP help.sap is saying that, it's probably the version I chose. If it's saying that let me go back there, that these are the info sources. Remember I said in 3X, info source and data source are the same thing. They have the same technical name. So the info sources, all the data sources that feed this C05 cube are these. Quotation sales orders. And the name of the technical name for the sales order is this one. And I said anything else is old. And you found the replacement. The replacement says VA header 11. Then you use this instead. And not the old. Okay, so from here you can clearly see that the header also feeds this cube. Okay, so there were two ways I found that out. When I did the data flow before and after on the data source, it pulled this cube. So that clearly, if that cube was now on top of that data source, it wouldn't have pulled it up. Another way is by going online to find information. Okay, so Ikea, is that okay? Okay, good. And I like questions like that. So don't hesitate at all if you have questions like that. Okay. All right, so this is our cube. I'm going to do the list, so I'll just see everything. And you see that this will be a simpler version of what we had before because this is just the cube. So anything that comes is related to the cube and just the cube alone. Okay. So everything you see over here, they come before the cube. You're not seeing any queries over here because queries don't come before cubes. Nobody creates queries and puts a cube on. Like it's not done. You can't have that. Okay, queries are always on top of cubes. Queries are dependent on cubes, so they cannot be before the cube. So that is why you're not showing it over here. If you want queries, you have to do after. All right, so we're gonna expand it and then install. It's checked in. We want to install it, so we'll leave it like that. You go under info objects. Everything that is showing over here is needed for this cube. Okay, so that means that they are all needed. Some are already active, some are not. So the ones that are not active, it's checked it for you to install. Okay, so I'll leave it like that. But you want to make sure that everything that you need to activate is checked. Communication structure, and this is coming because, you know, the data source is in 3x, like we said. So I'm going to leave it still, and you see that it still brought the old for you. I don't care for the old at all. So I'm just going to inactivate it because all of these feed into the cube. Okay, you can have several data sources feeding into one cube. You see these two data sources? They are two different data sources. One is header, one is item. Item will give you the item level. Header will give you the summary level. Item gives the detail level, but they all feed to the same cube. So just like you can have one data source feeding to several cubes, you can have several data sources also feeding to one cube. It's also very possible. So I can choose to leave them or I can choose to install what I want. But I'm going to, since we're only interested in header, I'm just going to install header. Okay. So just the header, we'll do item later. So header is done for me. Data source, go in the data source. It pulled everything that feeds to the cube, all the data sources that feed to the cube. All these data sources also feed to the cube. Okay, directly. Most of them are actually master data related. Or they have some dependencies, you know, related to material or something like that. Info package, if you don't want to create your own and you want to install, yes, but I don't want to install anything. I want to create it myself. So I'm going to do not install. If you want to use SAP once, you can use it. Transfer rules. I want the transfer rules for my extractor. So I'm going to leave it as is. Info source. Info source, it's already active. Header is active for us. Do I want to install this? No, I'm going to take it out. Do not install. Transfer structure. So this guy is just going underneath everything and making sure that whatever you need, you check it. Whatever you don't need, you uncheck it. How do you know what you need, what you don't need? You will know. Okay. You will know. Vendor attribute. Do I need it? I don't need it, but I'm just going to leave it. It's not in any way directly related to my transaction. Source system. This is the clients. I don't need to check anything over here. There is a DSO between. Do I have to install them? They're already active, so I'll just leave them. Routines. Yes, I want any routine here to come in. And routines are the ABAP codes. SAP has already done that for you. If, you know, certain things needed to be multiplied for a field to be, you know, data in a field to be generated, it's already done all those for you. So if you want to add quantity to price to get revenue, it will be done in the transformations. I mean, in the routines for you. Info source, I'm going to leave everything as is. Let's see. I don't have anything active, right? So I'm going to leave it. And then transformation and then update rules. I'm not going to do anything here. And update rules, I'm going to leave everything. I only want VA header. So I'm going to uncheck everything here and do the header. Okay, so I'm done. I've checked everything I need, or I think I need. And if you do it and you go back and realize that your flow is not complete, you're still missing something, or you have a cube and a transformation hanging and it's not connected to the data source, you can come back and add that piece that is missing until you have the whole flow in set. It's also possible. So I'm going to do install in background because I want it to run in the background. And the T code to monitoring that is SM36, one of them, I think. We've done that already. Okay, remember that anytime you're activating something, it overwrites whatever has been activated. So over here, if you show so many data is already activated, you check this again, and you are installing, it will bring a pop-up that do you want to override it, because it sees that it's already active. If it's active, it's possible that it might have been enhanced or modified, or tweaked up a little bit. If you check it again and install, you're going to overwrite whatever changes or modifications you've done to it, to the delivered content, to whatever SAP did, made it to be initially. So you're going to lose everything. So be very careful when you're installing business content. Okay. All right, so let's check if it's done. SM37. SM37. And is this one right here, says released. No, actually it's this one. It says active because that's the time. Yeah. That's the only thing that is running right now. So it's not finished. It's still active. So let's wait for it to be done. Okay, it's still running. So let's wait. Any questions whilst we wait on this to finish? We're
Okay,
gonna
I have
end
a
the class
question.
early today. Once this is done, we'll see if I can do the migration step. If I'm not able to do that, we'll pick it up next week. But yeah, we'll end on business content. Yes, Ken. Please go ahead.
Okay, so when you activate the data source, you mentioned it below and after. And
Yes.
can we use the same info cube without creating our own by using it as sample or reference info cube?
Can you say that again, Ken?
For example, if I am using one of the info cube, say
Okay.
for example C05.
Okay.
Okay, if I use it in BI, okay.
Okay.
And this info cube is being getting data more than 2-3 data sources.
Okay.
Okay, if I'm using this info cube, since it's been feeding by more than one data source, does it will create a problem? Because if I am need only one data source.
No, it won't create a problem. So if you need just one data source, you just activate just the one you want. Remember that I saw so many data sources, right? I saw the item and header, but I did not choose item. I only chose header. Did you see that when I did that? I unchecked the item and I just chose check the header. So that means that you're just mapping the header to it. Later, if you want to map the item to it, you can go back and activate it and it will connect it. You won't have a problem. You can map all of them, all the 2 data sources or whatever number of data sources that connects to the queue. You can map all of them. It won't still be an issue. But if you don't want to see the other data, the other data sources data, you just don't load them. If you only want summary data, just the header data, just load the header data. Because once they are all connected to the queue, it does not mean that the data will flow until you load them, right? So they can be connected, but if you want to control what kind of data gets into your cube, it depends on what you choose to load. So it's 2 ways. Either connect them, all the data sources, to one cube, or do not. It's okay. Or you can choose to connect all of them and just load just the data you want. Does that help, or that even confuses you more?
So it means on different times, different requirement, we upload different data to the cube, or?
Yes, it's possible. Is it always the case? No. But it's possible.
What is the real life scenario? What is the real life scenario good practice?
Real life scenario
to use the same cube, or you create your own?
Real life scenario is what I'll do, what I'm doing on my current project is I use the standard cube as a template. Template as in I don't want to create. You know how I don't know if you've template, if you're creating an info cube or an info object. And let me show what this, let me see if you guys can answer me this question. If let's say I'm creating an info object, okay, right here. And I do this. Can anybody tell me what the difference is between template and reference? What is template?
You're creating as it is. You're using data type or the format of the template object.
Okay. So what it does is it will create whatever you're trying to create and copy. It will copy whatever you put it as template. It will copy its template. It will template it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you want to create your own and you call it ZCAN, okay, but you're so, like me, you want to be lazy, you don't want to go, because when you're creating an info cube, you have to create dimensions, right? And pull in cubes under dimensions and pull in key figures, right? You don't want to go through all that. You've seen a cube that looks okay, it's not sufficient for you, but you want to, start off from something. And you want to template 0SD_C05. So you template it. So when you do that, what it means is that you are creating your own, but you are copying its structure. So when you do this and you get in there, you realize that it will have dimensions for you already. You can choose to delete them or add more. So in real life, business content is usually templated. We make a Z copy of it. We copy it and then modify it, because chances are it will not be enough for you. Or if it is not SAP, if the data is not coming from ECC and it's flat file or whatever, totally different, or even if it's coming from ECC and it's a generic data source, you create your own from scratch. You don't template anything because there's nothing to template. So this is what goes on in real life. Business contents are usually copied. So for you to copy it, you have to activate it first. So you want to activate it and then you want to create your own, but you want to copy what SAP did and change it up a little bit. This is what you do.
So once you copy it and you create your own customize, if somebody, say for example, if somebody modified the business content after activating, does it will affect my cube or
no,
it will not?
It will not. And that is the reason people actually customize. Because if you don't customize the standard one, right? And let's say you don't, when I say customize, you don't copy it, you don't create your own and copy it. And you just use the standard object and let's say enhance it. You use the same cube. You didn't create your own and copied it, so you use the same cube. What happens is if somebody else goes back to reactivate this standard content, the person will overwrite whatever changes you made to it. But once this is yours, you created a new one, you gave it your own technical name, there is no object that will have your technical name. So it will not, it can't override it. So once you've templated it, it's already copied it. Nobody can overwrite anything because it's not constantly templating it. That is why there's a difference between reference. When you reference something, what happens is you're not just copying the structure, but you're referencing the data. So that is permanent. That means that it would always reference that thing. When you do templates, it's just one-time copy. It doesn't always reference it. So if somebody goes back to reactivate that or even delete it from the system, you will not be impacted because it was just a one-time thing you copied. You just, it's just like taking somebody a picture, right? If you take somebody a picture, you already have the picture. If the person goes change his face or goes, goes to do plastic surgery, you already have at that time, whatever the copied version is, you already have it. Whatever the person does to, himself or herself later will not change the photo you have, the picture you have, right? Right?
Yes. Yeah.
It makes sense?
Definitely. So what is the use of this reference characteristic? What is the practical application?
Okay, so the reference is, the practical application is, like I said, template will just copy the structure, reference will copy the structure, and it will reference the data as well. So let's say, for instance, you have customers coming in, right? You have master data, 0 customer. And we are all working in the same company. Okay, and I want to create something else. But I want that thing I'm creating to point the data. I don't want to use the definition you gave it as customer or, whatever, but I want it to point to the data that you have, to point to the 0 customer data. I will reference it. So what it means is that, let's say sold to party. We know sold to party is always a customer, right? Right, sold to party is customer. Okay, but depending on its functionality, then it will define what type of customer it is at that particular transaction. So during transaction, so customer, in a business, they have all their customer master. We are all customers. All of us in this, let's say we are customer. But in transaction, when you're doing transaction, they will define the type of customer you are. Let's say today you are a sold to party. It doesn't mean that tomorrow you will be a sold to party. Tomorrow you may be a build to party because they didn't sell to you, they just build you. So you may be a build to party. So depending on, but whether you were built to today or sold to yesterday, you are still a customer. Your name and your master data, your address, your social security, your address, whatever information that pertains to you will be in the customer master table. Okay, so let's say that during the transaction, they assigned you as bill 2. So in creating the bill 2, you have a bill 2 coming in the transaction. Okay, so bill 2, you have the bill 2 number. It will be your customer number. Okay, so in the transaction, let's say you want to pick your address, your name, because they will not stamp your address, your social security, your name, everything in the transaction. That is why they keep master data separate. Those information will be in master data for later reference. The only thing they will stamp in the transactional data will just be your ID, you the bill 2 party, your ID. Okay, so if I do not reference bill 2 to 0 customer, what will happen is that I can only have just your ID. But when I reference 0 customer, what it means is that since I'm referencing 0 customer, which is the main master data, when your ID shows up in the transaction, I can go into the customer master, look at the same ID, and then I can populate your address, your social security, or whatever, because the data itself is pointing to 0 customer. You are referencing the bill to 0 customer. Does that help? I know it's a little, complex because, this is real life now. It's getting complex, but it will get together. But does that help, or it's still not clear?
So are you saying that, Ava, are you saying that, so reference characteristic, if we have an object that's being referenced, if the object is changed, then the new object that we're referencing will also be changed? At least the data that's being referenced.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. So reference does not only tie to the structure, it ties to data. So reference objects are usually not loaded. They are not loaded at all. Their data would always point to whatever the reference is. So if can created, let's say you're creating Z, customer or Z bill to party. Z bill to party. Again, Z bill to party is not a master data. Zero customer is what is the master data, because you've loaded zero customers, so we'll have all your customers. So whether Khan is a bill to yesterday or a sold to today, he's a customer. So Khan information will be in zero customer. Okay. So since there is no record info, another master data called bill to party that has bill to party data, it will be a redundant because it's all customer. But at the time in the transaction, Khan was defined as bill to party. And you need to see Khan's address, Khan's nationality and everything. Khan's information is in zero customer, right? It's in zero customer. You load it because he's a customer. But since in the transaction you only have Khan ID showing as a bill to ID, what happens if you need to pull that ID and show address and everything? This info object is different from zero customer. So if you don't point it to zero customer, you can't go pick address because it won't have any attributes if you don't reference it. But when you reference, you realize that it picks up everything zero customer has. Okay, so if you get it, let me now go to my, else I'll even make it worse. So let's see if we are done with this. Yeah, it says finish, so that's good. I'm going to go back into RSA1 and we're going to find it. And I think we will call it a day. It's been 4 hours. I have a program to go to. I didn't make it to Houston this weekend because I have a program in Washington, in Virginia actually, and I'm running late. So we'll just view it and we'll do the migration and questions and the rest of the topics next week. So sometimes you not find it because you haven't refreshed. You have to refresh everything before you find it. So when you don't find it initially, don't panic yet. And sometimes systems can be so crazy as you have to go out and come back in. It's very, very possible to. And I was under info objects too, that was why. So come under info provider, because if you want to find a queue, you have to be under info provider. So when you've gone out of the system, you've done all that and you still it could be that you're just standing at the wrong place. So this is it. You see the whole flow? Okay. It's hanging, and I'm glad it hung up over here. So you understand what I meant by hanging. So this flow, we know it's not complete because we don't see a data source. With that data source, you can't do anything. Okay. So it's at least it's giving us something. We just installed it. Remember, we didn't create it. How nice. A cube showing up, you didn't have to create. When you go inside, can you imagine the amount of work you would have done? Creating all, even determining how to group info objects under what dimension, what name to give the dimensions and all that. But SAP has done it for you already. They've already done it for you. It's as simple as just go and just pre-install it. And it's already pre-configured for you. All you have to do is just load data. Okay. So what happens if you copy, you're creating your own cube and you copy is that it copies everything in here for you. You won't have to create the dimensions. It copies it for you. But you will have to load your own data. It will not reference the data. If you do reference, then it will reference the data as well. Okay, so it's hanging over here. We know, and you should be very familiar with the data flow so you know what is complete and what is not complete. If you're working and you don't know that this is not complete, then it's a very big problem. That means you don't know your stuff very well. So this is hanging. This is not complete because it has to end on the data source. And then you will create the info package if you so wish. So I'm going to go back to the data source and activate it, and then it will be complete. So when something is not complete, don't panic. You can go back to business content and find whatever the missing link is and activate it. Yes, sir. So kind of saying that I should upload the updated PowerPoint and upload video earlier that we go through it before end of the next week. Yes. And please, I'm begging you again, go over videos, do practice before next week and come with real questions and let's talk. Okay, it makes it very fun and very nice. So before I lose anything, let me actually save this. And Kofi is traveled. He's not in class, so I'll try and get a videos to him to upload. And be careful when you're installing stuff, because I understand some of you break the system. It's good to, be curious and want to try so many things, but if we haven't taught anything, you're not very familiar with something, don't go clicking stuff, because when you do that, it breaks the system and then it puts everybody else on hold, because now we'll have to, fix the system up again, and it takes time. Okay, so be adventurous, try so many things out, practice a lot, but be careful. And just know that, it's very costly to maintain a system too. Yes, you can. I think yours will come back up today. It's probably up. Can somebody try to see if it's up? Because it was supposed to be back up yesterday. Try the Richmond one. If it's not, I may have to create you a temporary user. It's still down. Okay. If it does not come back up today, are you guys all on WhatsApp? I can WhatsApp you I don't want to go ahead and create you right now because I need to talk to Evans about it first. But if it's still down before the day ends, I will create a temporary user and send the information to WhatsApp. Okay, why is this thing taking forever? You have Gmail group email. I've never been on there before, but yeah, I can have Kofi send it over there as well. ECC is up. Great. That means BW will come back up soon too. They're probably working on it. So if ECC is up, practice a lot. You know how to inactivate data sources in LBWE. Inactivate them, go delete it in RSA6, start from scratch, do different things, test the things out, see how it looks like when, try different, try to picture different scenarios and try stuff out. And document whatever you find. It hasn't recognized that. Did you use the Richmond or the Houston? Richmond. Okay, they probably reset. Did you use Group A as user? Yeah. All right, so try that. Okay, what is happening to my data? So it's still running. Yeah, we will complete the flow and we'll call it a day and pick it up next week. And today I'm not hearing from Wara at all. Wara, are you in class? Yes. Nice. Richie Rich. Who is Richie Rich? Is it the Richie I know? Is this Richmond? Or this is a different Richie? Okay, data source.
So, Eva?
Yes.
Okay, so here now when we're activating this data source here.
Yes.
This is happening because we didn't activate it earlier. Data source.
Yes.
Business content?
Yes. Because we didn't activate it. And sometimes you may have checked it and it just did not activate. It's also possible. And you know, systems have bugs too, right? It's just like your cell phone. You can buy a brand new cell phone and you can have calls dropping. You know, so systems do behave like that sometimes. So if for some reason you did it and it's still not showing, you can go back and reactivate it.
Can we activate here before activating business content?
Yes, you can do that as well.
Okay.
And this takes you to business content, actually. But because I stood on the data source to activate, it's taking me exactly straight to data source. You know, it's populating, it's transferring just the data source. So that means that if you did it from here alone, you will not have the cube, right? But yeah, you can change the grouping to in data flow before and you can after and you can have it. Yeah. So you can do this or you can do business content like I did. Either way is fine. Any other questions, guys?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
It's not related to what we're doing here, though.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so I was looking online for jobs.
Okay.
And it said that one job requirement was that we have at least 2 complete life cycles under our belt. I didn't Google what life cycle meant, but can you explain that?
Okay, so life cycle is, they're talking about it from start to finish. So what means sometimes they are different. Have you guys done the ASAP methodology? Or no? Have you guys done the ASAP methodology?
Evans kind of covered it.
Evans covered it. So that from start, project preparation, requirements gathering, blueprinting, realization, you know, go live, post go live activities, all that. It's a whole complete life cycle. Where do consultants usually get in? They usually get in during the blueprinting phase. That means that you know it's still from a BW standpoint, it's still full life cycle. That means that you were there when the project started. You were part of the planning phase. You were part of the actual, you know, deployment, and you were part of everything from start to finish. That's a whole cycle. That's what they mean. Sometimes you have jobs that is just production support, and all you do is you don't go to create anything or to build anything or to design anything. All you do is just support whatever is already there. Make sure it's not breaking. So full life cycle is from start to finish. And the reason some companies want that skill set is because it's also possible to not have that and just have production support skills where you're just doing production support. And you know, if you're doing production support, it's likely you will not even know how to create an info queue because that queue was already created for you. All you had to do was make sure data loads successfully every day. So yeah, that is what like full life cycle is. Did that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so can you see this brought me to business content? Says the same thing. Either way is fine. Okay, any other questions?
Are we doing anything else with respect to reporting?
With respect to reporting, I think Evans covered that very in depth. I understand. I wasn't in class, but I thought it
No, for example, query design we did, but whatever the job requirement is, on the web-based. So we didn't cover anything about web-based. We just design queries. That's it. How you publish to the
Oh yeah,
web
we may not cover that, and you don't need. So what we cover is what you need to get a job, and not every company publishes reports on the web. Most companies do best analyzer or business objects or whatever. I think we may do business objects, but what we teach, because SAP is huge, nobody knows it all, right? We can't cover everything. We're going to cover everything. It's going to be more than 5 years course. That is why whatever we give in cover is as good as 5 years experience. Because if you have any colleague that is taking training in SAP Academy, they don't even cover as much detail as we do. So we will not do that. But will you know it? Yes. During projects, after this class, we'll talk about a lot of stuff. We'll have people come on to share their life experiences with you guys. You can make them your own. People will talk about different things. We may or we may not, but you will, before you start interviewing, you will have the entire package together. Whatever it takes to get a job, you will have that.
Okay, so business object is not related to the web, or it's totally different?
It's totally different.
Okay, because a lot of jobs they're asking business object.
Yes, yeah. Now they are asking BI business objects, but I think we will do business objects a little bit, because all they ask, if it's BI and business objects, then they just want just the reporting part of business objects. So we may cover that, I'm not sure. But even if we don't cover that, you will still be good enough to find a job. Because business objects is separate training on its own. It's not part of BI. It's separate training, separate, but we just want to give you so much. We just want to give you more than enough, something you won't find anywhere. That's why we add business objects. But it's just preliminaries into business objects. The whole business object content is a separate course, just like BI. And I think we may be running that training too. I'm not sure when, but we may be. And we are planning on HANA training as well. They are all separate courses. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, because actually why I'm asking is that I'm planning to go for certifications.
Okay. In business objects?
Okay, so no, in the BI. And there are something that they are talking about BIA, Business Intelligence Accelerator, and, planning and other stuff. So I think they have some questions about it. I'm not sure if
if it's certification, reading, I can, recommend good material for you. Reading will just help with certification. I'm business object certified, but I've never used, nobody's asking for my certification before. It's good to take certification, but thank God in the SAP world, they care about what you know more than certification. But yeah, having said that, we will cover what you need to know to get a job. But as far as certification, I don't know if we'll go in depth in this BI training. It may have to be, in a separate course that we will run. And that's very good. You want to do the certification.
What do you think, whatever we covered so far? So I can prepare for the certifications, or still I need to study more?
You still need to study more. Read more.
No, yeah.
Read more. Watch the videos over and over. And I think before you do any, and this is what we do usually before we, because truth is everything we've covered, you're good enough to get a job. But doesn't mean that you are really ready to get a job. It may not be there. So that is why usually we do exit interviews to make sure that you are ready to go. So when we say, okay, you're ready to go, then you know for sure that you know your stuff. So I would advise them, we have so many consultants that are, available to you. They will come on, probably before the class officially closes, or, in your what are your meetings, your group meetings. They may come on and share, a couple of things, and you have access to their emails, to their phone numbers, some of them. So, people will come share their experiences. They'll, recommend stuff to you, and you will get everything. So whatever it takes to, get a certification or get everything ready, you will have that. I think I was going somewhere with that. I lost my train of thought. But yes, you will have that, because that is our goal. And I'm there personally too. If you wanna, before you take the certification and you want to run an interview with me or check what you know, we can do that. And if I think you're good to go, you'll be good to go. I may be wrong, but yes, we are there to offer such help. Okay, so it's finished. That means that our flow should be complete by now. Okay, so I'm going to refresh. There we go. So we have the whole flow. We're done. The only thing we need to do is create info package, load to PSA, create DTP, push from PSA to the target, and it's done. But this is a complete data flow. Okay, so business content did everything for us. So yeah, this is it. And remember I said anytime you have the checkbox by 8, it's in 3x. We want to migrate this flow into 7.0 so that you will not see these things anymore, but it will just be data, a cube and a transformation and a data source. And that process is called migration. We will cover that next week. Having said that, I want to officially close the class for today because I'm really behind time. But if you have any questions, I can take them for the next 2 minutes, and then we will call it a day. But this is business content. This is how to install it. And we've just done that. Any questions? I guess not. So thank you guys so much. I am gonna have to end the class, and I will have Kofi send you the videos, and please practice. ECC is up. Don't wait on BW to come back up before you do work. Finish logistics, get logistics very well, get your questions together, and we will meet next week. Possible to get the videos by Tuesday? Yes, I will try my best to make sure it's available by Tuesday. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Eva?
Yes, sir.
We go to training, we don't have any link for next week because it shows ending this week actually.
Oh, it shows ending. Good. Thanks for that. That's a good reminder. Yes, I will tell Evans to update it. So we may have 1 or 2 more sessions. I'm not sure if I can cover everything in next week by next week. If we don't finish next week, we will round up the week after. Okay, so get ready for that. But I'm going to treat process chains and performance. Performance will probably be the last topic. I'm going to treat process change. So if you have access to the previous videos, start watching it, process chains, get ready for process chain class. Okay, I think I covered process chains in the previous class as well. I'm not sure, but yeah, get the videos, start, reading on that, watching the video, and get ready for next week. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you.